Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 6. Let's go through the words. Dear. Of agreeable things and interests. Assecution. An obtaining or acquiring. Suppuration. The matter produced by suppuration, thus. Spherometer. An instrument for measuring the curvature of spherical surface, as of lenses for telescope, etc. Crisscross. To mark or cover with cross lines, as the paper was crisscrossed with red marks. Gaby. A simpleton, a dunce, a lout. Trayful. As much as a tray will hold, enough to fill a tray. Welt. In machine-made stockings, a strip, or flap, of which the heel is formed. Krooman. One of a negro tribe of Liberia and the adjacent coasts, whose members are much employed on shipboard. Bilk. A cheat, a trick, a hoax. Overshade. To cover with shade, to render dark or gloomy, to overshadow. Hallage. A fee or toll paid for goods sold in a hall. Sassenach. A Saxon, an Englishman, a Lowlander. Fourpence. A British silver coin, worth 4 pence, agreeable. Lozenge. A small cake of sugar and starch, flavored, and often medicated, originally in the form of a lozenge. Knee. A bending of the knee, as in respect or courtesy. Enjoyed. Imperfect and past participle of enjoy, to have, possess, and use with satisfaction, to occupy or have the benefit of, as a good or profitable thing, or as something desirable, as, to enjoy a free constitution and religious liberty. Worded. Imperfect and past participle of word, the spoken sign of a conception or an idea, an articulate or vocal sound, or a combination of articulate and vocal sounds, uttered by the human voice, and by custom expressing an idea or ideas, a single component part of human speech or language, a constituent part of a sentence, a term. A vocable. Contigue. Contiguous, touching. Skater. Any one of numerous species of hemipterous insects belonging to genus Crisscrossed, and allied genera. They have long legs, and run rapidly over the surface of the water, as if skating. Bearing. Present participle and verbal noun of beggar, one who begs, one who asks or entreats earnestly, or with humility, a petitioner. Pigeon. An unsuspected victim of sharpers, a gull. Re, to reckon, to scribe, to impute. Snug, compact, convenient, and comfortable, as a snug farm, house, or property. Inanity, inanition, void space, vacuity, emptiness. Dialysis, the separation of different substances in solution, as crystalloids and colloids, by means of their unequal diffusion, especially through natural or artificial membranes. Claim, to be entitled to anything, to deduce a right or title, to have a claim. Sanguivorous, subsisting upon blood, said of certain blood-sucking bats and other animals, either one of two or more species of South American blood-sucking bats belonging to the genera Desmotus and Bifila. These bats are destitute of molar teeth, but have strong, sharp cutting incisors with which they make punctured wounds from which they suck the blood of horses, cattle, and other animals, as well as man, chiefly during sleep. They have a cuticle appendage to the stomach, in which the blood with which they gorge themselves is stored. Synonym, one of two or more words, commonly words of the same language, which are equivalents of each other. One of two or more words which have very nearly the same signification, and therefore may often be used interchangeably, having the character of a synonym, expressing the same thing, conveying the same, or approximately the same, idea. Breeding, the raising or improving of any kind of domestic animals, as farmers should pay attention to breeding. Drought, dryness, want of rain or of water, especially such dryness of the weather as affects the earth and prevents the growth of plants. Aridity, creatureship, the condition of being a creature. Histographical, of or pertaining to histography. Burgrave, originally one appointed to the command of a burg fortress or castle, but the title afterward became hereditary, with a domain attached. Ingleted, imperfect and past participle of inglet, to swallow or gulp down. Sycophantry, the character or characteristic of a sycophant. Patriarchism, government by a patriarch, or the head of a family. Magisterialness, the quality or state of being magisterial. Nicery, delicacy or exactness of perception, minuteness of observation or of discrimination, precision. Lamella branchiata, a class of mollusca including all those that have bivalve shells, as the clams, oysters, mussels, etc. Oppugnant, tending to awaken hostility, hostile, opposing, warring. repassant, counterpassant, dum, a couple formed on a large scale. Adulteress, a woman who violates her religious engagements. E. To increase, to add to augment, now commonly used without the notion conveyed being to add to, or piece out by a laborious, inferior, or scanty addition, as to eke out a scanty supply of one kind with some other. Blackwash, a wash that blackens, as opposed to whitewash, hence, figuratively, calumny. Disengaged, not engaged, free from engagement, at leisure, free from occupation or care, vacant. Sow, the bar of metal which remains in such a runner. Fatten, to grow fat or corpulent, to grow plump, thick, or fleshy, to be pampered. Spice, thick, crowded, compact, dense. Chamfered, imperfect and past participle of chamfer, the surface formed by cutting away the iris, or angle, formed by two faces of a piece of timber, stone, etc. Term, to apply a term to name, to call, to denominate. Cochiferous, bearing or producing berries, bachiferous, as cochiferous trees or plants. Venison, formerly, the flesh of any of the edible beasts of the chase, also of game birds, now, the flesh of animals of the deer kind exclusively. Violet, any plant or flower of the genus Viola, of many species. The violets are generally low, herbaceous plants, and the flowers of many of the species are blue, while others are white or yellow, or of several colors, as the pansy viola tricolor. Mute, subject, or open to argument or discussion, undecided, debatable, mooted. Versus, against, as John Doe versus Richard Roe, chiefly used in legal language and abbreviated to C or versus. Bind, to sew or fasten together, and enclose in a cover, as to bind a book. Contraction, something contracted or abbreviated, as a word or phrase, as plenipo for plenipotentiary, con for criminal conversation, etc. Yellowing, the act or process of making yellow. Alkalimetric, of or pertaining to alkalimetry. Jig, a contrivance fastened to or enclosing a piece of work, and having hard steel surfaces to guide a tool, as a drill, or to form a shield or template to work to, as in filing. Creep. To have a sensation as of insects creeping on the skin of the body. To crawl. As the sight made my flesh creep. To advance slowly and furtively. To insinuate one's self. To advance or gain influence by servile or obsequious conduct. Procession. To march in procession. Purulent. Consisting of pus or matter. Partaking of the nature of pus, attended with suppuration, as purulent inflammation. Starstone. Asteriated sapphire. Seasonable. Occurring in good time, in due season, or in proper time for the purpose, suitable to the season, opportune, timely, as a seasonable supply of rain. Pain. To render uneasy in mind, to disquiet, to distress, to grieve, as a child's faults pain his parents. Aldermanry. The district or ward of an alderman. Mortizing. Present participle and verbal noun of mortize, a cavity cut into a piece of timber, or other material, to receive something as the end of another piece, made to fit it, and called a tenon. Neorama. A panorama of the interior of a building, seen from within. Gastric. Of, pertaining to, or situated near, the stomach, as, the gastric artery. Abidance. The state of abiding, abode, continuance, compliance with. Perspective. A perspective glass. Lonus quadors. Of, pertaining to, or resembling, the art or style of the times of Louis XIV of France, as, Louis Quatorze architecture. Smith. One who forges with a hammer, one who works in metals, as, a blacksmith, goldsmith, silversmith, and the like. Paradial. Situated around the radii, or radial tubes, of a radius. Truant. One who stays away from business or any duty, especially one who stays out of school without leave, an idler, a loiterer, a shirk. Willfully. Governed by the will without yielding to reason, obstinate, perverse, inflexible, stubborn, refractory, as a willful man or horse. Accept. To receive or admit and agree to assent to, as I accept your proposal, amendment, or excuse. Dissertate. To deal in dissertation, to write dissertations, to discourse. Recovering. Present participle and verbal noun of recover. To gain as a compensation, to obtain in return for injury or debt, as, to recover damages in trespass, to recover debt and costs in a suit at law, to obtain title to by judgment in a court of law, as to recover lands in ejectment or common recovery, to gain by legal process, as to recover judgment against a defendant.
Sight.
A spectacle, a view, a show, something worth seeing.
Ponderosities.
The quality or state of being ponderous, weight, gravity, heaviness, ponderousness, as the ponderosity of gold.
Supportless.
Having no support.
Pranto.
A sprightly dance, a coranto, a current.
Trinketer.
One who trinkets.
Pullulation.
A germinating or budding.
Abluent.
Washing away, carrying off impurities, detergent.
Nebule.
A little cloud, a cloud.
Involution.
The act of involving or enfolding.
Nibble.
A small or cautious bite.
Warrior.
To box one, on the air, to strike or box, the air, as, to wear it a child.
Avouchment.
The act of avouching, positive declaration.
Hapless.
Without hap or luck, luckless, unfortunate, unlucky, unhappy, as, hapless youth, hapless maid.
Concameration.
An arch or vault.
Slope.
A species of seaweed, spelled also slocon, C3D labor.
Flushings.
Flesh-colored tights, worn by actors dancers.
Microbian.
Of, pertaining to, or caused by, microbes, as, the microbian theory, a microbian disease.
Overgarment.
An outer garment.
Sheriff.
A member of an Arab princely family descended from Mohammed through his son-in-law Ali and daughter Fatima. The Grand Sharif is the governor of Mecca.
Corrigible.
Deserving chastisement, punishable.
Kinesthetic.
Conveying motion, as, kinesthetic substance, applied especially to the spinal cord, because it is capable of conveying both voluntary and reflex motor impulses, without itself being affected by motor impulses applied to it directly.
By.
Near, in the neighborhood, present, as, there was no person by at the time.
Ambulator.
One who walks about, a walker.
Umbilicus.
The hilum.
Think.
To think, to recollect, to consider.
Eversion.
The state of being turned back or outward, as aversion of eyelids, ectropium.
Briarine.
Pertaining to, or resembling, Briareus, a giant fabled to have 100 hands, hence, 100-handed or many-handed.
Jackal.
Any one of several species of carnivorous animals inhabiting Africa and Asia, related to the dog and wolf. They are cowardly, nocturnal, and gregarious. They feed largely on carrion, and are noted for their piercing and dismal howling.
Disclout.
To divest of a cloud.
Austerity.
Plainness, freedom from adornment, severe simplicity.
Vision.
The act of seeing external objects, actual sight.
Dubber.
One who, or that which, dubs.
Pedality.
The act of measuring by paces.
Deducement.
Inference, deduction, thing deduced.
Smooth.
To free from obstruction, to make easy.
Uniformitarian.
One who accepts uniformitarianism, or the uniformitarian doctrine.
Muconic.
Of, pertaining to, or designating, an organic acid, obtained indirectly from mucic acid, and somewhat resembling itaconic acid.
Glimmer.
A faint, unsteady light, feeble, scattered rays of light, also, a gleam.
Pentacanter.
A Grecian vessel with 50 oars.
Graduate.
To bring to a certain degree of consistency, by evaporation, as a fluid.
Sleeper.
That which lies dormant, as a law.
Epineal.
Arising from the neurophysis of a vertebra.
Trunnion.
Provided with trunnions, as the trunnion cylinder of an oscillating steam engine.
Correctify.
To correct.
Tower.
High flight, elevation.
Resolutioner.
One who makes a resolution, one who joins with others in a declaration or resolution, specifically, one of a party in the Scottish Church in the 17th century.
Sarge.
The blades of green or barley.
Tsetse.
A venomous two-winged African fly Glossina morsitans, whose bite is very poisonous, and even fatal, to horses and cattle, but harmless to men. It renders extensive districts in which it abounds uninhabitable during certain seasons of the year.
Blanch.
Figuratively, to whiten, to give a favorable appearance to whitewash, to palliate.
prothylosoma,
the investing portion, or spherical envelope, surrounding the eccentric germinal spot of the germinal vesicle.
fulnar,
The European polecat, called also European ferret, and fichu, a small European carnivore of the weasel family Putorius foetidus. Its scent glands secrete a substance of an exceedingly disagreeable odor, called also fichet, faunard, and European ferret.
humerus,
Subject to be governed by humor or caprice, irregular, capricious, whimsical.
animadvert,
To take notice, to observe, commonly followed by that.
midfish,
The European loach,
mickle,
much, great,
custard,
a mixture of milk and eggs, sweetened, and baked or boiled.
shend,
Imperfect and past participle of shend, to blame, reproach, or revile, to degrade, disgrace, or put to shame.
circumspect,
Attentive to all the circumstances of a case or the probable consequences of an action, cautious, prudent, wary.
arrangement,
The adaptation of a composition to voices or instruments for which it was not originally written.
sport,
To assume suddenly a new and different character from the rest of the plant or from the type of the species, said of a bud, shoot, plant, or animal, that which diverts and makes mirth, pastime, amusement. 6.
contralto,
The part sung by the highest male or lowest female voices, the alto or countertenor.
stealingly,
By stealing, or as by stealing, furtively, or by an invisible motion.
balloon,
A similar bordering or binding of rich material, such as gold lace.
phases,
Any one point or portion in a recurring series of changes, as in the changes of motion of one of the particles constituting a wave or vibration, one portion of a series of such changes, in distinction from a contrasted portion, as the portion on one side of a position of equilibrium, in contrast with that on the opposite side.
didelphous,
Formerly, any marsupial, but the term is now restricted to an American genus which includes the opossums, of which there are many species, any American marsupial of the genera Didelphys and Chironectes. The common species of the United States is Didelphys virginiana, written also Didelphus, the act of illustrating, the act of making clear and distinct. Education, also, the state of being illustrated, or of being made clear and distinct, in appendix.
cartage,
The act of carrying in a cart.
shebang,
A jocosely depreciative name for a dwelling or shop.
compressor,
An apparatus for confining or flattening between glass plates an object to be examined with a microscope, called also compressorium.
formula,
A prescription or recipe for the preparation of a medicinal compound.
extemporaneous,
The quality of being done or devised extempore.
periwinkle,
Any small marine gastropod shell of the genus Latrina, the common European species Latrina lataria, in Europe extensively used as food, has recently become naturalized abundantly on the American coast. A genus of small pectinibranch mollusks, having thick spiral shells, abundant between tides on nearly all rocky sea coasts. They feed on seaweeds. The common periwinkle is a well-known example. Any small marine gastropod shell of the genus Latrina, the common European species Latrina lataria, in Europe extensively used as food, has recently become naturalized abundantly on the American coast. A genus of small pectinibranch mollusks, having thick spiral shells, abundant between tides on nearly all rocky sea coasts. They feed on seaweeds. The common periwinkle is a well-known example. See periwinkle.
vasoconstrictor,
Causing constriction of the blood vessels, as the vasoconstrictor nerves, stimulation of which causes constriction of the blood vessels to which they go. These nerves are also called vasohypertonic.
langry,
One of numerous species of long-winged, shrike-like birds of Australia and the East Indies, of the genus Artemis, and allied genera, called also wood swallow.
defalcating,
Present participle and verbal noun of defalcate, to cut off, to take away or deduct a part of, use chiefly of money, accounts, rents, income, etc.
non-episcopal,
Not episcopal, not pertaining to the episcopal church or system.
tender,
A car attached to a locomotive, for carrying a supply of fuel and water.
undermeal,
The inferior, or after, part of the day, the afternoon.
twitter,
To utter with a twitter.
unit,
A single thing, as a magnitude or number, regarded as an undivided whole.
airline,
Like a barrel, of a light or bluish green color.
brid,
A bird.
slaviocracy,
The persons or interests formerly representing slavery politically, or wielding political power for the preservation or advancement of slavery.
startle,
To deter, to cause to deviate.
xeroderma,
A skin disease characterized by the presence of numerous small pigmented spots resembling freckles, with which are subsequently mingled spots of atrophied skin.
fob,
Imperfect and past participle of fob, to cheat, to trick, to impose on.
fortification,
That which fortifies, especially, a work or works erected to defend a place against attack, a fortified place, a fortress, a fort, a castle.
bill,
Any one of several varieties of friable earthy clay, usually colored more or less strongly red by oxide of iron, and used to color and adulterate various substances. It was formerly used in medicine. It is composed essentially of hydrous silicates of alumina, or more rarely of magnesia, a soft earth, which is plastic, or may be molded with the hands, consisting of hydrous silicate of aluminium. It is the result of the wearing down and decomposition, in part, of rocks containing aluminous minerals, as granite, lime, magnesia, oxide of iron, and other ingredients, are often present as impurities, and terra alba.
keying,
Present participle and verbal noun of key, a family of tones whose regular members are called diatonic tones, and named ketone or tonic, or 1 or 8, mediant or 3, dominant or 5, subdominant or 4, submediant or 6, supertonic or 2, and subtonic or 7. Chromatic tones are temporary members of a key, under such names as sharp 4, flat 7, etc. Scales and tunes of every variety are made from the tones of a key.
gravel,
To lie prostrate on the belly, to sprawl on the ground, to grovel.
revoke,
To fail to follow suit when holding a card of the suit led, in violation of the rule of the game, to renege.
list,
Inclination, desire.
germicide,
A germicide agent.
veslet,
Any one of several species of actinians belonging to the genus Charionthus. These animals have a long, smooth body tapering to the base, and two separate circles of tentacles around the mouth. They form a tough, flexible, felt-like tube with a smooth internal lining, in which they dwell, whence the name.
anguish,
To distress with extreme pain or grief.
gentianos,
A crystallizable, sugar-like substance, with a slightly sweetish taste, obtained from the gentian.
choppy,
Rough, with short, tumultuous waves, as a choppy sea.
adherent,
That which adheres, an appendage.
facade,
The front of a building, especially the principal front, having some architectural pretensions. Thus a church is said to have its facade and finish, though the interior may be in use.
subaqueous,
Formed in or underwater, as subaqueous deposits.
bulldoze,
To intimidate, to restrain or coerce by intimidation or violence, used originally of the intimidation of Negro voters in Louisiana.
Breton.
A native or inhabitant of Brittany, or Bretagne, in France. Also, the ancient language of Brittany, Armorican.
Frugally.
Thriftily, prudently.
Joined.
Imperfect and past participle of join, to be contiguous, close, or in contact, to come together, to unite, to mingle, to form a union, as the horns of the skull join, two rivers join.
Punction.
A puncturing, or pricking, a puncture.
Stirrup.
A kind of ring, or bent piece of metal, wood, leather, or the like, horizontal in one part for receiving the foot of a rider, and attached by a strap to the saddle, used to assist a person in mounting a horse, and to enable him to sit steadily in riding, as well as to relieve him by supporting a part of the weight of the body.
Shade.
Degree or variation of color, as darker or lighter, stronger or paler, as a delicate shade of pink.
Lombard House.
A public institution for lending money to the poor at moderate interest, upon articles deposited and pledged, called also non-DP.
Incurvate.
To turn from a straight line or course, to bend, to crook.
Indefeasible.
Not to be defeated, not defeasible, incapable of being annulled or made void, as an indefeasible or title.
Waltz.
To dance a waltz.
Shriveling.
Present participle and verbal noun of shrivel. To draw, or be drawn, into wrinkles, to shrink, and form cregations, as a leaf shriveless in the hot sun, the skin shrivels with age, often with
Litter.
instructed in learning, science, or literature, learned, lettered.
Agreeingly.
In an agreeing manner to, correspondingly, agreeably.
Kittenish.
Resembling a kitten, playful, as a kittenish disposition.
Nan.
Onan,
Ascertaining.
present participle and verbal noun of ascertain, to find out or learn for a certainty, by trial, examination, or experiment, to get to know, as to ascertain the weight of a commodity, or the purity of a metal.
Hexandrous.
Having 6 stamens.
Dilate.
To grow wide, to expand, to swell or extend in all directions.
Wieldance.
The act or power of wielding.
Rufflement.
The act of ruffling.
Sibilatory.
Hissing, sibilant.
Pasted.
Imperfect and past participle of paste. A kind of cement made of flour and water, starch and water, or the like, used for uniting paper or other substances, as in bookbinding, etc., also used in calico printing as a vehicle for mordant or color.
Assecution.
An assecution mollusk.
Rivalry.
The act of rivaling, or the state of being a rival, a competition.
Convexo-concave.
Convex on one side, and concave on the other. The curves of the convex and concave sides may be alike or may be different. An interarticular synovial cartilage or membrane, especially one of the intervertebral synovial discs in some parts of the vertebral column of birds.
Wire.
To snare by means of a wire or wires.
Inflate.
Blown in, inflated.
Obfuscate.
To darken, to obscure, to becloud, hence, to confuse, to bewilder.
Quadrinomial.
A polynomial of four terms connected by the signs plus or minus.
Lie.
To come by chance, to happen, with on or upon, formerly with into.
Fescennine.
Pertaining to, or resembling, the Fescennines.
Dabbler.
One who dips slightly into anything, a superficial meddler.
Frustration.
The act of frustrating, disappointment, defeat, as the frustration of one's designs.
Native.
Of or pertaining to one's birth, natal, belonging to the place or the circumstances in which one is born, opposed to foreign, as native land, language, color, etc.
Tridentine.
Of or pertaining to Trent, or the general church council held in that city.
Seethe.
To be a state of ebullition or violent commotion, to be hot, to boil.
Vain.
Destitute of force or efficacy, effecting no purpose, fruitless, ineffectual, as vain boil, a vain attempt.
Spell.
To tell or name in their proper order letters of, as a word, to write or print in order the letters of, especially the proper letters, to form, as words, by correct orthography.
Hemi.
A prefix signifying half.
Divocation.
A calling off or away.
Think.
To presume, to venture.
Stretcher.
A narrow cross piece of the bottom of a boat against which a rower braces his feet.
Fellowship.
The rule for dividing profit and loss among partners, called also partnership, company, and distributive proportion.
Session.
yielding or surrender as of property or rights to another person, the act of ceding.
belonging,
To be the property of, as Jamaica belongs to Great Britain.
seeker,
A falcon falco sacer, native of southern Europe and Asia, closely resembling the latter.
malignified,
Imperfect and past participle of malignify, to make malign or malignant.
tyrant,
To act like a tyrant, to play the tyrant, to tyrannical.
pluralizer,
A pluralist.
read,
To learn by reading.
terrene,
Earthy, terrestrial.
canicular,
Pertaining to, or measured, by the rising of the dog star.
visnomy,
Face, countenance.
cabinet,
A decorative piece of furniture, whether open like an attic or closed with doors. A piece of furniture having a number of unenclosed shelves or stages, one above another, for receiving articles of elegance or use.
scarious,
Thin, dry, membranous, and not green.
otherwhere,
In or to some other place, or places, elsewhere.
sable,
To render sable or dark, to drape darkly or in black.
white cap,
The European redstart, so called from its white forehead.
rafter,
Originally, any rough and somewhat heavy piece of timber, now, commonly, one of the timbers of a roof which are put on sloping, according to the inclination of the roof of queen post.
timber,
To surmount as a timber does.
pyrogenous,
Produced by fire, igneous.
distractive,
Causing perplexity, distracting.
savioris,
A female savior.
omosternal,
Of or pertaining to the omosternum.
water gavel,
A gavel or rent paid for a privilege, as of fishing, in some river or water.
fiery,
Unrestrained, fierce, mettlesome, spirited.
gibbet,
The projecting arm of a crane, from which the load is suspended, the jib.
incredulity,
The state or quality of being credulous, the withholding or refusal of belief, skepticism, unbelief, disbelief.
bema,
Erroneously, a pulpit.
phleretic,
pertaining to, or derived from, or designating, an organic acid obtained by the decomposition of fullerton.
Determining.
Present participle and verbal noun of determine, to ascertain definitely, to find out the specific character or name of, to assign to its true place in a system, as, to determine an unknown or a newly discovered plant or its name.
Flurry.
Finished at the ends with fleurs de lis, set especially of the cross so decorated.
Deadborn.
Stillborn.
Station.
The act of standing, also, attitude or pose in standing, posture.
Gabble.
To utter inarticulate sounds with rapidity, as, gabbling fowls.
Paterfamilias.
The head of a family, in a large sense, the proprietor of an estate, one who is his own master.
Slack.
Lax, not tense, not hard drawn, not firmly extended, as a slack rope.
Partisanship.
Harlotry.
Attenuating.
Present participle and verbal noun of attenuate, to make thin or less consistent, to render less viscid or dense, to rarefy, specifically, to subtilize, as the humors of the body, or to break them into finer parts.
Gold.
A small yellow-headed bird or a Parus flaviceps of Lower California, allied to the titmice, called also gold.
Industrialism.
The principles or policy applicable to industrial pursuits or organized labor.
Mage.
A magician.
Slip.
A particular quantity of yarn.
Precisianism.
The quality or state of being a precision, the practice of a precision.
Doctor.
To practice physic.
Eclogue.
A pastoral poem, in which shepherds are introduced conversing with each other, a bucolic, an idyll, as the eclogues of Virgil, from which the modern usage of the word has been established.
Availed.
Imperfect and past participle of avail. To be of use or advantage, to answer the purpose, to have strength, force, or efficacy sufficient to accomplish the object, as the plein bar must avail, that is, be sufficient to defeat the suit. This scheme will not avail. Medicines will not avail to check the disease.
Round.
To whisper.
Diageotropism.
The tendency of organs as roots of plants to assume a position oblique or transverse to direction towards the center of the earth.
Pyrognostic.
Of or pertaining to characters developed by the use of heat, pertaining to the characters of minerals when examined before the blowpipe, as The pyrognostic characters of galena.
Earthera.
A double sulfide of antimony and iron, of a dark steel gray color.
Blicky.
A tin dinner pail.
Sixpences.
An English silver coin of the value of 6 pennies, half a shilling, or about 12 cents.
Bone.
One of the pieces or parts of an animal's skeleton, as a rib or a thigh bone, a bone of the arm or leg, also, any fragment of bony substance, plural, the frame or skeleton of the body.
Columbo.
The root of a plant Gaby or Calumba, and probably Cocculus palmatus, indigenous in Mozambique. It has an unpleasantly bitter taste, and is used as a tonic and antiseptic.
Flow.
A continuous movement of something abundant, as a flow of words.
Correspondence.
Friendly intercourse, reciprocal exchange of civilities, especially intercourse between persons by means of letters.
Soberness.
The quality or state of being sober.
Sluicing.
Present participle and verbal noun of sluice, an artificial passage for water, fitted with a valve or gate, as in a mill stream, for stopping or regulating the flow, also, a water gate or floodgate.
Troglodytic.
Of or pertaining to troglodyte, or dweller in caves.
Slabbiness.
Quality of being slabby.
Russet.
An apple, or a pear, of a russet color, as the English russet and the Roxbury russet.
Ord.
Totipalmate, set of the feet of certain birds, denoting part of an aggregate or whole, belonging to number or quantity mentioned, out of, from amongst, as, of this little he had some to spare, some of the mines were unproductive, most of the company.
Synagogue.
The building or place appropriated to the religious worship of the Jews.
Training.
Present participle and verbal noun of drain, that which is drawn along in the rear of, or after, something, that which is in the hinder part or rear.
Straw-colored.
Being of a straw color, the stalk or stem of certain species of grain, pulse, etc., especially of wheat, rye, oats, barley, more rarely of buckwheat, beans, and peas.
Attend.
Wudu, to take charge of, to look after, as, to attend to a matter of business.
Color.
That which covers or hides the real character of anything, semblance, excuse, disguise, appearance.
Visionist.
A visionary.
Noodle.
A thin strip of dough, made with eggs, rolled up, cut into small pieces, and used in soup.
Myocardium.
The main substance of the muscular wall of the heart enclosed between the epicardium and endocardium.
Forever.
Through eternity, through endless ages, eternally.
Epispore.
The thickish outer coat of certain spores.
Retaliatory.
Tending to, or involving, retaliation, retaliative, as retaliatory measures.
Sounding.
The act of one who, or that which, sounds in any of the senses of the several verbs.
Ambrosial.
Divinely excellent or beautiful.
Plodding.
Progressing in a slow, toilsome manner, characterized by laborious diligence, as a plodding peddler, a plodding student, a man of plodding habits.
Commission.
A company of persons joined in the performance of some duty or the execution of some trust, as the Interstate Commerce Commission.
Windflower.
The anemone, so called because formerly supposed to open only when the wind was blowing, the sea anemone, an animal of the class Anthozoa, and family Actinid, from the resemblance to flowers in form and color. They are often called animal flowers and sea anemones, one of the feeding or nutritive zoots of hydroid or coral.
Carol.
A song of praise of devotion, as a Christmas or Easter carol.
Brochures.
Of or pertaining to the brochure.
Way.
Way, road, path.
Nimble.
Light and quick in motion, moving with ease and celerity, lively, swift.
Twinge.
To pull with a twitch, to pinch, to tweak.
Isonandra.
A genus of Cypitaceous trees of India, Isonandra gutta is the principal source of gutta percha.
Quick work.
The short planks between the portholes.
Pit.
A seed, as of an apple or orange.
Unbending.
Present participle and verbal noun of unbend. Remit from a strain or from exertion, to set at ease for a time, to relax, as, to unbend the mind from study or care.
D.
Denoting two atoms, radicals, groups, or equivalents, as the case may be, in most branches of science by incomposition denotes two, twice, or doubly, as, bidentate, two-toothed, biternate, doubly ternate, etc.
Respond.
To show some effect in return to force, to act in response, to accord, to correspond, to suit.
Amphitheatrical.
Of, pertaining to, exhibited in, or resembling, an amphitheater.
Gramaches.
Gaiters reaching to the knee, leggings.
Metallochrome.
The art or process of coloring metals.
Temper.
Heat of mind or passion, irritation, proneness to anger, in a reproachful sense.
Dahlia.
The anterior, outer process of the second joint of the maxilla in certain insects.
Necrosis.
A disease of trees, in which the branches gradually dry up from the bark to the center.
Term.
A piece of cardboard placed under each end of the taffrail.
Spectioneer.
The chief harpooner, who also directs in cutting up the speck, or blubber, so called among whalers.
Instantaneous.
At or during a given instant, as instantaneous acceleration, velocity, etc.
Bleak.
Cold and cutting, cheerless, as a bleak blast.
Honorably.
In an honorable manner, in a manner showing, or consistent with, honor.
Calefy.
To make warm or hot.
Parameter.
A dynamometer for measuring the force required to draw wheel carriages on roads of different constructions.
Reentry.
A second or new entry, as re-entry into public life.
Maltese.
A native or inhabitant of Malta, the people of Malta.
Croquet.
The act of croqueting.
Veggie.
Abounding with vetches.
Furioso.
With great force or vigor, vehemently.
Serpentine.
A kind of ancient canon law.
Inmate.
To destroy the form and qualities of, to deprive of being, to uncreate.
Laudanum.
Tincture of opium, used for various medical purposes.
Revolute.
Rolled backward or downward.
Cube.
A regular solid body, with 6 equal square sides.
Hymeneal.
Of or pertaining to marriage, as hymeneal rights.
Oscillating.
Present participle and verbal noun of oscillate, to vary or fluctuate between fixed limits, to act or move in a fickle or fluctuating manner, to change repeatedly, back and forth.
Cockboat.
A small boat, especially one used on rivers or near the shore.
Roast.
Hence, to heat to excess, to heat violently, to burn.
Magnesius.
Of pertaining to, designating those compounds of manganese in which the element has a lower valence as contrasted with manganic compounds, as manganese oxide.
ruffle,
To become disordered, to play loosely, to flutter.
bravely,
Finely, gaudily, gaily, showily.
writhed,
Past participle of writhe, to twist or contort the body, to be distorted, as, to writhe with agony, also used figuratively.
qualities,
That which makes, or helps to make, anything such as it is, anything belonging to subject, or predicable of it, distinguishing property, characteristic, or attribute, peculiar power, capacity, or virtue, distinctive trait, as the tones of a flute differ from those of a violin in quality, the great quality of a statesman.
Damascene,
To decorate, as iron, steel, etc., with a peculiar marking or water produced in the process of manufacture, or with designs produced by inlaying or encrusting with another metal, as silver or gold, or by etching, etc., to damask.
semicrustaceous,
Half crustaceous, partially crustaceous.
hutch,
A measure of 2 Winchester bushels.
style,
Hence, anything resembling the ancient style in shape or use.
humectation,
A moistening.
pyxis,
A box. A pyx.
executed,
Imperfect and past participle of exsicate, to exhaust or evaporate moisture from, to dry up.
throne,
Hence, sovereign power and dignity, also, the one who occupies the throne, or is invested with sovereign authority, an exalted or dignified personage.
galliform,
Like the gallon or galliforms, in structure.
sapience,
The quality of being sapient, wisdom, sageness, knowledge.
jockey,
A dealer in horses, a horse trader.
sachemship,
Office or condition of a sachem.
mirror stone,
A stone designating a limit or boundary, a landmark.
bdalloida,
The order of Annulata, which includes the leeches, an order of Annelida, including the leeches, called also Hierodinae.
dogtooth,
Of or pertaining to the family Conid, or dogs and wolves, having the nature or qualities of a dog, like that or those of a dog, tooth, under canine.
board,
Hence, what is served on a table as food, stated meals, provision, entertainment, usually as furnished for pay, as, to work for one's board, the price of board.
Carthaginian.
of a pertaining to ancient Carthage, a city of northern Africa.
Dwarf.
Imperfect and past participle of dwarf, an animal or plant which is much below the ordinary size of its species or kind, especially a diminutive human being.
Epileptical.
Pertaining to, affected with, or of the nature of, epilepsy.
Cha.
A permit or clearance.
Cathole.
One of two small holes astern, above the gunroom ports, through which hawsers may be passed.
Break.
To lay open as by breaking, to divide, as, to break a package of goods.
Explorable.
That may be explored, as, an explorable region.
Journey.
To traverse, to travel over or through.
Prescription.
A prescribing for title. The claim of title to a thing by virtue of immemorial use and enjoyment. The right or title acquired by possession had during the time and in the manner fixed by law.
Faithless.
Not believing, not giving credit.
Orderer.
One who puts in order, arranges, methodizes, or regulates.
Pulverulence.
The state of being pulverulent, abundance of dust or powder, dustiness.
Youngness.
The quality or state of being young.
Hylia.
A pteroid of the genus Cavallina, a class of mollusca in which the anterior lobes of the foot are developed in the form of broad, thin, wing-like organs, with which they swim at near the surface of the sea. An illustration in appendix.
Lunar.
One who abstractedly wanders or gazes about, as if moonstruck.
Stemmery.
A large building in which tobacco is stemmed.
Milvine.
A bird related to the kite.
Invade.
To enter with hostile intentions. To enter with a view to conquest or plunder. To make an eruption into. To attack, as the Romans invaded Great Britain.
Petrological.
Of or pertaining to petrology.
Submaxillary.
Of or pertaining to submaxillary gland, as submaxillary salvia.
Rehearse.
To recite or repeat in private for experiment and improvement, before a public representation, as to rehearse a tragedy.
Audiometer.
An instrument by which the power of hearing can be gauged and recorded on a scale.
Page.
A contrivance, as a band, pin, snap, or the like, to hold the skirt of a woman's dress from the ground.
Charge.
A position of a weapon, fitted for attack, as to bring a weapon to the charge.
Nurser.
One who nurses, a nurse, one who cherishes or encourages growth.
Pick pennies.
A miser, also a sharper.
Assecution.
An opening, a passage.
Great.
Large in number, numerous, as a great company, multitude, series, etc.
Phrenems.
A connecting fold of membrane serving to support or restrain any part, as the frenum of the tongue.
Intercolumniation.
The clear space between two columns, measured at the bottom of their shafts.
Seacock.
In a steamship, a cock or valve close to the vessel's side, for closing a pipe which communicates with the sea.
Brachia.
The upper arm, the segment of the forelimb between the shoulder and the elbow.
Ostensibility.
The quality or state of being ostensible.
Concentrating.
Present participle and verbal noun of concentrate, to increase the strength and diminish the bulk of, as of a liquid or an ore, to intensify, by getting rid of useless material, to condense, as, to concentrate acid by evaporation, to concentrate by washing, opposed to dilute.
Eudiometric.
Of or pertaining to eudiometer, as eudiometrical experiments or results.
Navigate.
To journey by water, to go in a vessel or ship, to perform the duties of a navigator, to use the waters as a highway or channel for commerce or communication, to sail.
Digging.
Places where ore is dug, especially certain localities in California, Australia, and elsewhere, at which gold is obtained.
Misapprehend.
To take in a wrong sense, to misunderstand.
Bans.
Notice of a proposed marriage, proclaimed in a church, or other place prescribed by law, in order that any person may object, if he knows of just cause why the marriage should not take place.
Invidious.
Worthy of envy, desirable, enviable.
Foolify.
To make a fool of, to befool.
Starve.
To destroy with gold.
A journal.
Adjournment, postponement.
Invite.
Caused by a morbidity virus implanted in the system, as an synthetic disease like syphilis.
Coccolith.
One of a kind of calcareous bodies, probably vegetable, often abundant in deep sea mud.
Pellagra.
an erythematous affection of the skin, with severe constitutional and nervous symptoms, endemic in northern Italy.
Attitudinarianism.
A practicing of attitudes, posture making.
Spherical.
Spiral.
Dye.
To stain, to color, to give a new and permanent color to, as by the application of dyestuffs.
Jaw.
To scold, to clamor.
Foppery.
The behavior, dress, or other indication of a fop, coxcombery, affectation of show, showy folly.
Suppuration.
Supply, aid afforded.
Observative.
Observing, watchful.
Globe flower.
The American plant Trolleus loxus.
Scribble.
To write hastily or carelessly, without regard to correctness or elegance, as to scribble a letter.
Current.
Having part of the face projecting beyond the body or shank, set of type.
Paronym.
A paronymous word.
Censure.
The act of blaming or finding fault with and condemning as wrong. Reprehension, blame.
Clausular.
Consisting of, or having, clauses. To leave out, to accept.
Tester.
An old French silver coin, originally of the value of about 18 pence, subsequently reduced to ninepence, and later to sixpence, sterling, hence, in modern English slang, a sixpence, often contracted to tizzy, called also teston.
Promoter.
An informer, a macbait.
Renardine.
Of or pertaining to Renard, the fox, or the tales in which Renard is mentioned.
Soakage.
A tenure of lands and tenements by a certain or determinate service, a tenure distinct from chivalry or knight's service, in which the obligations were uncertain. The service must be certain, in order to be denominated soakage, as to hold by fealty and 20 shillings rent.
Laxness.
The state of being lax, laxity.
Pal.
The roof of the mouth.
Phase.
A particular appearance or state in a regularly recurring cycle of changes with respect to quantity of illumination or form of enlightened disk, as the phases of the moon or planets under moon.
Theater.
A sphere or scheme of operation.
Lion.
An object of interest and curiosity, especially a person who is so regarded, as he was quite a lion in London at that time.
peak,
A point, the sharp end or top of anything that terminates in a point, as the peak or front of a cap.
coinage,
Coins, the aggregate coin of a time or place.
shrimper,
One who fishes for shrimps.
pescito,
The earliest Syriac version of the Old Testament, translated from Hebrew, also, the incomplete Syriac version of the New Testament.
funicle,
A small cord, ligature, or fiber.
wit,
A person of eminent sense or knowledge, a man of genius, fancy, or humor, one distinguished for bright or amusing sayings, for repartee, and the like.
alumna,
A female pupil, especially a graduate of a school or college.
silhouette,
A villain, a criminal.
Turanian,
Of, pertaining to, or designating, an extensive family of languages of simple structure and low grade called also Altaic, Ural-Altaic, and Scythian, spoken in the northern parts of Europe and Asia and Central Asia, of pertaining to, or designating, the people who speak these languages.
confluence,
Any running together of separate streams or currents, the act of meeting and crowding in a place, hence, a crowd, a concourse, an assemblage.
Morris,
A Moorish dance, usually performed by a single dancer, who accompanies the dance with castanets.
burrow,
A mound, a support having handles, and with or without a wheel, on which heavy or bulky things can be transported by hand. A frame or barrow, without a wheel, carried by hand, and wheelbarrow.
stomate,
A stoma,
turnsick,
giddy,
hypophilus,
being or growing on the underside of a leaf, as the fruit dots of ferns.
typographer,
One who is skilled in the science of topography, one who describes a particular place, town, city, or tract of land.
raised,
Imperfect and past participle of raise, to bring to higher condition or situation, to elevate in rank, dignity, and the like, to increase the value or estimation of, to promote, to exalt, to advance, to enhance, as, to raise from a low estate, to raise to office, to raise the price, and the like.
rockfish,
An American freshwater darter, the log perch.
suffice,
To be enough, or sufficient, to meet the need of anything, to be equal to the end proposed, to be adequate.
safe conduct,
The writing, pass, or warrant of security, given to a person to enable him to travel with safety.
hydrostatician,
one who is versed or skilled in hydrostatics.
Shab.
The red-bellied woodpecker Melanerps carolinus.
Web.
Figuratively, tissue, texture, complicated fabrication.
Sleepless.
Having no rest, perpetually agitated.
Pitch.
Imperfect and past participle of pitch, a thick, black, lustrous, and sticky substance obtained by boiling down tar. It is used in calking the seams of ships, also in coating rope, canvas, wood, ironwork, etc., to preserve them.
Coppice.
A grove of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a wood cut at certain times for fuel or other purposes, a wood of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a grove of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a wood cut at certain times for fuel or other purposes, a wood of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a grove of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a wood cut at certain times for fuel or other purposes, a wood of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a grove of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a wood cut at certain times for fuel or other purposes, a wood of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, see coppice.
Data.
Something given or admitted, a fact or principle granted, that upon which an inference or an argument is based, used chiefly in the plural.
Churchwarden.
A clay tobacco pipe, with a long tube.
L.
To, at, on, in of, shortened to a, as a prefix that assumes the forms ac, f, ag, l, and, ep, r, as, at, assimilating the d with the first letter of the word to which it is prefixed. It remains unchanged before vowels, and before d, h, j, m, to bring forward or offer, as an argument, passage, or consideration which bears on a statement or case, to cite, to allege.
Helminthology.
The natural history, or study, of worms, especially parasitic worms.
Pleurisy.
Superabundance, excess, plethora.
Abalone.
A univalve mollusk of the genus Haliotis, the shell is lined with mother of pearl, and used for ornamental purposes. The sea air. Several large species are found on the coast of California, clinging closely to the rocks.
Culminate.
To reach the highest point, as of rank, size, power, numbers, etc.
Steam.
To gleam.
Downcome.
A pipe for leading combustible gases downward from the top of the blast furnace to the hot blast stoves, boilers, etc., where they are burned.
Click.
The latch of a door.
Shears.
An instrument consisting of two blades, commonly with bevel edges, connected by a pivot and working on both sides of the material to be cut, used for cutting cloth and other substances.
retire,
to recede, to fall or bend back, as the shore of the sea retires in bays and gulfs.
attainment,
Attainder, adventure, conviction.
noiseful,
Loud, glamorous.
flash,
To burst or break forth with a sudden and transient flood of flame and light, as the lighting flashes vividly, the powder flashed.
scatteringly,
In a scattering manner, dispersedly.
mummify,
To embalm and dry as a mummy, to make into, or like, a mummy.
optative,
Expressing desire or wish.
plane,
To plane or level, to make plain or even on the surface.
vexillum,
A company of troops serving under one standard.
lautabilized,
Imperfect and past participle of lautabilize, to retire into a den, or hole, and lie dormant in winter. To retreat and lie hid.
nomen,
The index of the hour circle of the globe.
meiotic,
A meiotic agent.
laundryman,
A man who follows the business of laundering.
womb,
The abdomen, the uterus, the womb.
five finger,
A starfish with 5 rays, especially Asteria's ribbons.
sackless,
Quiet, peaceable, harmless, innocent.
brachus,
A central cord of the ovary of nematodes.
yackle,
The yaffle.
envy,
To long after. To desire strongly. To covet.
tragicommy pastoral,
Partaking of the nature of, or combining, tragedy, comedy, and pastoral poetry.
shore,
The coast or land adjacent to a large body of water, as an ocean, lake, or large river.
turkey,
Any large American gallinaceous bird belonging to the genus Melgris, especially the North American wild turkey Melgris gallopago, and the domestic turkey, which was probably derived from the Mexican wild turkey, but had been domesticated by the Indians long before the discovery of America.
besprinkling,
Present participle and verbal noun of besprinkle. To sprinkle over. To scatter over.
bore,
To push forward in a certain direction with laborious effort.
depthen,
To deepen.
adjuster,
Formerly, an officer of the king's forest, who had the care of cattle adjusted, and collected the money for the same, hence called gistaker, which in England is corrupted into guest taker.
Implicit.
Tacitly comprised, fairly to be understood, though not expressed in words, implied, as, an implicit contract or agreement.
Dignifying.
Present participle and verbal noun of dignify, to invest with dignity or honor, to make illustrious, to give distinction to exalt in rank, to honor.
Calumniate.
To propagate evil reports with a design to injure the reputation of another. To make purposely false charges of some offense or crime.
Amphibiously.
Like an amphibious being.
Cranny.
One of the stockaded islands in Scotland and Ireland which in ancient times were numerous in the lakes of both countries. They may be regarded as the very latest class of prehistoric strongholds, reaching their greatest development in early historic times, and surviving through the Middle Ages. See also lake dwellings, under lake.
Commentator.
One who writes a commentary or comments, an expositor, an annotator.
Stallion.
A male horse not castrated, a male horse kept for breeding.
Spare.
That which has not been used or expended.
Geocelenic.
Pertaining to the earth and moon, belonging to the joint action or mutual relations of the earth and moon, as geocelenic phenomena.
Twist.
That which is formed by twisting, convoluting, or uniting parts.
Damnation.
Condemnation to everlasting punishment in the future state, or the punishment itself.
Tamed.
Infection, corruption, deprivation.
Stellarate.
A starfish.
Advocate.
Christ, considered as an intercessor.
Nebula.
A cloudy appearance in the urine.
Enchest.
To enclose in a chest.
Pencil.
An aggregate or collection of rays of light, especially when diverging from, or converging to, a point.
Sea pheasant.
The pin-tailed duck.
Telangiectasis.
Dilatation of the capillary vessels.
Navishly.
In a lavish manner, dishonestly, fraudulently.
Rate.
The class of a merchant vessel for marine insurance, determined by its relative safety as a risk, as A1, A2, etc.
Sea life.
A European ras labris vitula.
Dogmatical.
pertaining to dogma, or to an established and authorized doctrine or text.
Yielder.
One who yields.
Acre.
A piece of land containing 160 square rods, or 4,840 square yards, or 43,560 square feet. This is the English statute acre. That of the United States is the same. The Scotch acre was about 1.26 of the English, and the Irish 1.62 of the English.
Bevel gear.
A kind of gear in which the two wheels working together lie in different planes, and have their teeth cut at right angles to the surfaces of two cones whose apices coincide with the point where the axes of the wheels would meet.
Mingle mangle.
A hodgepodge.
Circumscription.
The act of limiting, or the state of being limited, by conditions or restraints, bound, confinement.
Quit.
To carry through, to go through to the end.
Inspiring.
Present participle and verbal noun of inspire, to infuse into, to affect, as with a superior or supernatural influence, to fill with what animates, enlivens, or exalts, to communicate inspiration to, as, to inspire a child with sentiments of virtue.
Single.
Uncompounded, pure, unmixed.
Vomited.
Imperfect and past participle of vomit, to throw up, to eject from the stomach through the mouth, to disgorge, to puke, to spew out, often followed by up or out.
Convict.
To defeat, to doom to destruction.
Abyssinian.
Of or pertaining to Abyssinia.
Penicillin.
Having the form of a pencil, furnished with a pencil of fine hairs, ending in a tuft of hairs like a camel's hairbrush, as the stigmas of some grasses.
Cordiality.
Sincere affection and kindness, warmth of regard, heartiness.
Undercharge.
To charge below or under. To charge less than is usual or suitable for, as, to undercharge goods or services.
Humid.
Containing sensible moisture, temp, moist, as, a humid air or atmosphere, somewhat wet or watery, as, humid earth, consisting of water or vapor.
Dispute.
To oppose by argument or assertion, to attempt to overthrow, to controvert, to express dissent or opposition to call in question, to deny the truth or validity of, as, to dispute assertions or arguments.
Testimony.
Open attestation, profession.
Enamorment.
The state of being enamored.
Scuffler.
An agricultural implement resembling a scarifier, but usually lighter.
Hutch.
The case of a flower bolt.
Denied.
Imperfect and past participle of deny, to disclaim connection with, responsibility for, and the like, to refuse to acknowledge, to disown, to abjure, to disavow.
Myopy.
Nearsightedness, short-sightedness, a condition of the eye in which the rays from distant objects are brought to focus before they reach the retina, and hence form an indistinct image, while the rays from very near objects are normally converged so as to produce a distinct image. It is corrected by the use of a concave lens.
Contractility.
The quality or property by which bodies shrink or contract.
Wood sere.
The time when there's no sap in the trees, the winter season.
Vespertilio.
A genus of bats including some of the common small insectivorous species of North America and Europe.
Nun.
A woman devoted to religious life, who lives in a convent, under the three vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience.
Pastorally.
In a pastoral or rural manner.
Teamster.
One who drives a team.
Ruffin.
To grow or become rough.
Push-shoot.
A hedge or fence formed of branches of trees interlaced, or plashed.
Veto.
An authoritative prohibition or negative, a forbidding, an interdiction.
Isomorphism.
Isomorphism between substances that are isomeric.
Feed.
To give for food, especially to animals, to furnish for consumption, as, to feed out turnips to the cows, to feed water to a steam boiler.
Errorist.
One who encourages and propagates error, one who holds to error.
Infuse.
To instill, as principles or qualities, to introduce.
Foresaid.
Mentioned before, aforesaid.
Gauged.
Imperfect and past participle of gage, a pledge or pawn, something laid down or given as a security for the performance of some act by the person depositing it, and forfeited by non-performance, security.
Sea.
The swell of the ocean or other body of water in high wind, motion of the water's surface, also, a single wave, a billow, as, there was a high sea after the storm, the vessel shipped to sea.
Assoil.
To solve, to clear up.
Conceited.
Curiously contrived or designed, fanciful.
Amphibious.
Pertaining to, adapted for, or connected with, both land and water.
Cathodic.
a term applied to the centrifugal, or efferent, course of the nervous influence.
Ah.
How you attend a call to excite attention, or to give notice of approach.
Cupping.
Present participle and verbal noun of cup, a small vessel, used commonly to drink from, as, a tin cup, a silver cup, a wine cup, especially, in modern times, the pottery or porcelain vessel, commonly with a handle, used with a saucer in drinking tea, coffee, and the like.
Ball.
A leather-covered cushion, fastened to handle called a ball stock, formerly used by printers for inking the form, but now superseded by the ruler.
Portas.
A breviary, a prayer book.
Cogment.
To join together.
Genre.
A style of painting, sculpture, or other imitative art, which illustrates everyday life and manners.
Circulation.
The extent to which anything circulates or is circulated, the measure of diffusion, as the circulation of a newspaper.
Crippler.
A wooden tool used in graining leather.
Flutter.
Hurry, tumult, agitation of the mind, confusion, disorder.
Fencric.
The milk.
Periodide.
An iodide containing higher proportion of iodine than any other iodide of the same substance or series.
Bedwelling.
Of beryl.
Heavy.
Not agreeable to, or suitable for, the stomach, not easily digested, set of food.
Impatiently.
In an impatient manner.
Concerning.
Concern, participation, interposition.
Slatterpout.
A dance or game played by boys, requiring active exercise.
Bitumed.
Smeared with bitumen.
Incubus.
A demon, a fiend, a lascivious spirit supposed to have sexual intercourse with women by night.
Enwind.
To wind about, to encircle.
Index.
To provide with an index or table of references, to put into an index, as to index a book, or its contents.
Nihilist.
One who practices the style of ornamentation called niello.
Alto relevos.
Formerly the part sung by the highest male, or countertenor, voices, now the part sung by the lowest female, or contralto, voices, between in tenor and soprano. In instrumental music it now signifies the tenor.
Somner.
A summoner, especially one who summons to an ecclesiastical court.
Earl.
Receiving by the ear.
Ethnarchy.
The dominion of an ethnarch, principality and rule.
Bastard.
Imperfect and past participle of bast, to sew loosely, or with long stitches, usually, that the work may be held in position until sewed more firmly.
Chorister.
A chorister, one who leads a choir in church music.
Archean.
The earliest period in geological period, extending up to the lower Silurian, it includes an Azoic age, previous to the appearance of life, and a Neozoic age, including the earliest forms of life.
Lout.
To hand extended from the mouth, as the tongue of an ox or a log when heated with labor or exertion.
Subtle.
Characterized by refinement and niceness in drawing distinctions, nicely discriminating set of persons, as a subtle logician, refined, tenuous, sinuous, insinuating, hence, penetrative or pervasive, set of the mind, its faculties, or its operations, as a subtle intellect, a subtle imagination, a subtle process of thought, also difficult of apprehension, elusive.
Intemper.
Indulging any appetite or passion to excess, immoderate to enjoyments or exertion.
Rationalize.
To interpret in the manner of a rationalist.
Aphthong.
A letter, or a combination of letters, employed in spelling a word, but in the pronunciation having no sound.
Spendthrifty.
Spendthrift, prodigal.
Grow.
To increase in size by a natural and organic process. To increase in bulk by the gradual assimilation of new matter into the living organism, set of animals and vegetables and their organs.
Cark.
To vex, to worry, to make by anxious care or worry.
Ammoniacal.
Of or pertaining to ammonia, or possessing its properties, as an ammoniac salt, ammoniacal gas.
Gallican.
An adherent to, and supporter of, Gallicanism.
Portland cement.
A cement having the color of the Portland stone of England, made by calcining an artificial mixture of carbonate of lime and clay, or sometimes certain natural limestones or chalky clays. It contains a large proportion of clay, and hardens under water.
Traceable.
Capable of being traced.
Proposer.
One who brings forward or proposes anything, a proposer.
Illusion.
A sensation originated by some external object, but so modified as in any way to lead to an erroneous perception, as when the rolling of a wagon is mistaken for thunder.
Banker.
The dealer, or one who keeps the bank in a gambling house.
Truant.
To idle away, to waste.
Drawback.
Money paid back or remitted, especially a certain amount of duties or customs, sometimes the whole, and sometimes only a part, remitted or paid back by the government, on the exportation of the commodities on which they were levied.
Vexation.
A harassing by process of law, vexing or troubling, as by a malicious suit.
Approach.
To rush upward.
Accompaniment.
A part performed by instruments, accompanying another part or parts performed by voices, the subordinate part, or parts, accompanying the voice or a principal instrument, also, the harmony of a figured bass.
Devil.
To grill with cayenne pepper, to season highly in cooking, as with pepper.
Illiberalism.
The state or quality of being illiberal, narrowness of mind, meanness, niggardliness.
Muscularity.
The state or quality of being muscular.
Nomarch.
The chief magistrate of a nome or nomarchy.
Cucurbitive.
Having the shape of a gourd seed, set of certain small worms.
Force.
To constrain to do or to forbear, by the exertion of a power not resistible, to compel by physical, moral, or intellectual means, to coerce, as masters force slaves to labor.
Crooked.
Not straightforward, deviating from rectitude, distorted from the right.
Glanced.
Imperfect and past participle of glance, a name given to some sulfides, mostly dark-colored, which have a brilliant metallic luster, as the sulfide of copper, called copper glance.
Blueness.
The quality of being blue, a blue color.
Free.
To bear the expense of, to defray.
Maintenance.
That which maintains or supports means of sustenance, supply of necessaries and conveniences.
Demandant.
One who demands, the plaintiff in a real action, any plaintiff.
Ophthalmoscopy.
Examination of the eye with the ophthalmoscope.
Illusion.
A reference to something supposed to be known, but not explicitly mentioned. A covert indication, indirect reference, a hint.
Set.
To make to some specified place, condition, or occupation, to put in a certain condition or state described by the accompanying words, to cause to be.
Renin.
A milk clotting enzyme obtained from the true stomach of a mossum, of a suckling calf, milk, weight about 31,000, also called chymosin, renus, and of a mossel enzyme.
Cultivator.
One who cultivates, as the cultivator of the soil, the cultivator of literature.
Zinziferous.
Containing or affording zinc.
Pion.
Something which perplexes or embarrasses, especially a toy or a problem contrived for testing ingenuity, also something exhibiting marvelous skill in making.
Antiphiltic.
Good against nightmare.
Round.
A series of changes or events ending where it began, a series of like events recurring in continuance, a cycle, a periodical revolution, as the round of the seasons, a round of pleasures.
Style.
An instrument for examining wounds and fistulas, and for passing setons, and the like, a probe, called also specilum.
Skater.
One who skates.
Metallic therapy.
Treatment of disease by applying metallic plates to the surface of the body.
Community.
Common possession or enjoyment. Participation, as a community of goods.
Aggrieving.
Present participle and verbal noun of aggrieve, to give pain or sorrow to afflict, hence, to press or injure in one's rights, to bear heavily upon, now commonly used in the passive to be aggrieved.
Magnesite.
Made of magnesium carbonate occurring in white compact or granular masses, and also in rhombohedral crystals.
Balance.
The constellation Libra.
Acephaly.
A Christian sect without a leader.
Major General.
An officer of the army holding a rank next above that of brigadier general and next below that of lieutenant general, and who usually commands a division or a corps.
Manila.
A ring worn upon the arm or leg as an ornament, especially among the tribes of Africa.
Petargo.
A sort of cake or sausage, made of the salted rose of the mullet, much used on the coast of the Mediterranean as an incentive to drink.
Foot.
To walk, opposed to ride or fly.
English.
Imperfect and past participle of English, to strike the cue ball, in such a manner as to give it in addition to its forward motion a spinning motion, that influences its direction after impact on another ball or the cushion.
Dipilus.
Hairless.
drunken,
pertaining to or proceeding from intoxication.
eerie,
Affected with fear, affrighted.
wild,
To boil with a continued bubbling or heaving and rolling, with noise.
straddle,
To be dispersed or separated, to occur at intervals.
inward,
Being or placed within, inner, interior, opposed to outward.
malarial,
Of or pertaining to or infected by malaria.
elative,
Raised, lifted up, a term applied to what is also called the absolute superlative, denoting high or intense degree of equality, but not excluding the idea that an equal degree may exist in other cases.
long primer,
A kind of type, in size between small pica and bourgeois.
undecisive,
Indecisive.
belt,
Imperfect and past participle of bell. That part of the capital of the column included between the abacus and neck molding, also used for the naked core of nearly cylindrical shape, assumed to exist within the leafage of the capital.
voivode,
Originally, the title of a military commander in various Slavonic countries, afterwards applied to governors of towns or provinces, it was assumed for a time by the rulers of Moldavia and Wallachia, who were afterwards called hospodars, and has also been given to some inferior Turkish officers.
bibliopolis,
Of or pertaining to the sale of books.
reconnaissance,
The verdict of a jury impelled upon a size.
shittle,
A shuttle.
cataphract,
Defensive armor used for the whole body and often for the horse. Also, especially the linked mail or scale armor of some Eastern nations.
relish,
A pleasing taste, flavor that gratifies the palate, hence, enjoyable quality, power of pleasing.
temperature,
Mixture, compound.
wattle,
A naked fleshy, and usually wrinkled and highly colored, process of the skin hanging from the chin or throat of a bird or reptile.
inanimated,
Destitute of life, lacking animation, unanimated.
astro,
The combining form of the Greek word astron, meaning star.
senate,
A braided cord or fabric formed by plaiting together rope yarns or other small stuff.
pantaloon,
In recent times, same as trousers.
red,
Imperative of red.
theosophism,
Belief in theosophy.
piss,
to discharge urine, to urinate.
malleabilize,
To make malleable.
saute,
Past participle of sauteer. To fry lightly and quickly, as meat, by turning or tossing it over frequently in a hot pan greased with a little fat.
entertainment,
That which entertains, or with which one is entertained, as hospitality, hospitable provision for the wants of the guest, especially provision for the table, a hospitable repast, a feast, a formal or elegant meal, that which engages the attention agreeably, amuses or diverts, whether in private, as by conversation, etc., or in public, by performances of some kind, amusement.
sleep,
To take rest by a suspension of the voluntary exercise of the powers of the body and mind, and an apathy of the organs of sense, to slumber.
helberin,
A poisonous glucoside found in several species of helper and extracted as a white crystalline substance with a sharp tingling taste. It possesses the essential virtues of the plant, called also elberin.
intentionality,
The quality or state of being intentional, purpose, design.
blemishment,
The state of being blemish, disgrace, damage, impairment.
kill,
A kiln.
unprobable,
Not to be influenced or moved by prayers, observation.
bloom,
To bestow a bloom upon, to make blooming or radiant.
lighthouses,
A tower or other building with a powerful light at top, erected at the entrance of a port, or at some important point on a coast, to serve as a guide to mariners at night, a pharos.
generation,
The aggregate of the functions and phenomena which attend reproduction.
toyer,
One who toys, one who is full of trifling tricks, a trifler.
tartar,
Of or pertaining to Tartary in Asia, or the Tartars.
kleptomania,
A propensity to steal, claimed to be irresistible. This does not constitute legal irresponsibility.
dash,
Imperfect and past participle of dash, a mark or line, in writing or printing, denoting a sudden break, stop, or transition in a sentence, or an abrupt change in its construction, a long or significant pause, or an unexpected or epigrammatic turn of sentiment. Dashes are also sometimes used instead of marks or parentheses.
teach,
To direct, as an instructor. To manage, as a preceptor. To guide the studies of, to instruct, to inform. To conduct through a course of studies, as, to teach a child or a class.
robustness,
the quality or state of being robust.
Sail.
The extended surface of the arm of a windmill.
Siphon rid.
Any one of numerous species of limpet-shaped fulminate gastropods of the genus Siphonaria. They cling to rocks between high and low water marks and have both lung-like organs and gills.
Xenium.
A present given to a guest or stranger, or to a foreign ambassador.
Cosmographical.
Of or pertaining to cosmography.
Lobby.
To urge the adoption or passage of by soliciting members of a legislative body, as to lobby a bill.
Santis.
One of the 7 confederated tribes of Indians belonging to the Sioux or Dakotas.
Gnarlstone.
A sandy calcareous stone, containing or impregnated with iron, and lying between the upper and lower lias of England.
Plausible.
Worthy of being applauded, praiseworthy, commendable, ready.
Texturing.
Present participle and verbal noun of texture. The disposition of the several parts of any body in connection with each other, or the manner in which the constituent parts are united. Structure, as the texture of earthy substances or minerals, the texture of a plant or a bone, the texture of paper, a loose or compact texture.
Waterman.
A man who plies for hire on rivers, lakes, or canals, or in harbors, in distinction from a seaman who is engaged on the high seas, a man who manages freshwater craft, a boatman, a ferryman.
Banker.
The dealer, or one who keeps a bank in a gambling house.
Grim.
A West African antelope Cephalopus rifletus, of a deep bay color, with a broad dorsal stripe of black, called also contoon.
Fluence.
The quality of being fluent, smoothness, readiness of utterance, volubility.
Rummies.
One who drinks rum, an habitually intemperate person.
Circumnavigating.
Present participle and verbal noun of circumnavigate, to sail completely round.
Stater.
The principal gold coin of ancient Greece, it varied much in value. The stater best known at Athens being worth about £1 or about $5.35. The Attic silver tetradrachm was in later times called stater.
Quadruplet.
To make fourfold, to double twice, to quadruple.
Glutton.
To glut, to eat voraciously.
Succulent.
Full of juice, juicy.
Dictionary.
A tithing consisting of 10 neighboring families.
man a drink.
The anterior segment of the thorax in insects, one of the insecta, especially one of the hexapoda, in the most general sense, the hexapoda, myriapoda, and arachnoidea, combined.
Gastroepiploic.
Of or pertaining to the stomach and omentum.
Male spirited.
Having the spirit of a male, vigorous, courageous.
Piracy.
The act or crime of a pirate.
Fabliau.
One of the metrical tales of the Trouvers, or early poets of the north of France.
Displeasure.
That which displeases, cause of irritation or annoyance, offense, injury.
Knee.
The joint, or region of the joint, between the thigh and leg.
Stink.
Imperative of stink.
Derisive.
Derisive, mocking.
Enfoffing.
Present participle and verbal noun of enfoff, to give a feud, or right in land, to invest with a fief or fee, to invest anyone, with a freehold estate by the process of feoffment.
Spill.
A bit of wood split off, a splinter.
Sandstone.
A rock made of sand more or less firmly united. Common or siliceous sandstone consists mainly of quartz sand.
Undeselenic.
Pertaining to, or designating, an acid C11H20O2, homologous with acrylic acid, and obtained as a white crystalline substance by the distillation of castor oil.
Eyeball.
The ball or globe of the eye.
Spink.
The chaffinch.
Leopard's bane.
Leopard's bane.
Orthogonal.
Right-angled, rectangular, as an orthogonal intersection of one curve with another.
Swallow it.
Water breaking in upon the miners at their work, so called among tin miners.
Simple.
A feast which is not a double or a semi-double.
Kinghood.
The state of being a king, the attributes of a king, kingship.
Parallel.
A genus of lobiate herbs, of which one species Parallelochymoides, or page, nankinensis, is often cultivated for its purple or variegated foliage.
Parish.
An ecclesiastical society, usually not bounded by territorial limits, but composed of those persons who choose to unite under the charge of a particular priest, clergyman, or minister, also, loosely, the territory in which the members of a congregation live.
Wielded.
Imperfect and past participle of wield, to use with full command or power, as a thing not too heavy for the holder, to manage, to handle, hence, to use or employ, as, to wield a sword, to wield a scepter.
Flotulation.
A delirious picking of bedclothes by a sick person, as if to pick off flocks of wool. Carphology, an alarming symptom in acute diseases.
Ripple.
A small ripple.
Invert.
To undergo inversion, as sugar.
Nerve.
To deprive of nerve, force, or strength. To weaken, to enfeeble, as, to nerve the arm.
Augustan.
Of or pertaining to Augustus Caesar or to his times.
Ignorant.
A person untaught or uninformed, one unlettered or unskilled, an ignoramus.
Luna.
A kind of watch crystal which is more than ordinarily flattened in the center. Also, a species of concave lens for spectacles.
Colored.
Specious, plausible, adorned so as to appear well, as a highly colored description.
Indubious.
Not doubting, unsuspecting.
Slothhound.
A hound that tracks animals by the scent, specifically a bloodhound.
Enticement.
That which entices or incites to evil, means of allurement, alluring object, as an enticement to sin.
Glary.
Like glare, or partaking of its qualities, covered with glare, viscous and transparent, slimy.
Commiserated.
Imperfect and past participle of commiserate, to feel sorrow, pain, or regret for, to pity.
Loop.
Full of holes.
Flavian.
Yellow, crystalline, organic base, C13H12N2O, obtained artificially.
Pelusac.
Of or pertaining to Pelusium, an ancient city of Egypt, as the Pelusac or former eastern outlet of the Nile.
Enduring.
Lasting, durable, long-suffering, as an enduring disposition.
Creaming.
Present participle and verbal noun of cream, the rich, oily, and yellowish part of milk, which, when the milk stands unagitated, rises, and collects on the surface. It is the part of milk from which butter is obtained.
Furnace.
A place or time of punishment, a fiction, or great trial, severe experience or discipline.
Sterling.
A certain standard of quality or value for money.
Scubald.
Marked with spots and patches of white and some color other than black, usually distinguished from piebald, in which the colors are properly white and black, set of horses.
Naphthyserin.
A dye-stuff resembling alizarin, obtained from naphthoquinone as a red crystalline substance with a bright green, metallic luster, called also naphtalizarin.
Thonatology.
A description, or the doctrine, of death.
Clawed.
Furnished with claws.
Trammelled.
Having blazes, or white marks, on the fore and hind foot of one side, as if marked by trammels, said of a horse.
Nicety.
A delicate expression, act, mode of treatment, distinction, or the like, a minute distinction.
Hodden.
Of hope.
Precedence.
The act or state of going or being before in rank or dignity, or the place of honor. Right to a more honorable place, superior rank, as barons have precedence of commoners.
Thin.
Rare, not dense or thick, applied to fluids or soft mixtures, as thin blood, thin broth, thin air.
Semiquintile.
An aspect of the planets when distant from each other half of the quintile, or 36 degrees.
Moi.
That which annoys.
Plagostum.
One of the plagiostumi.
Yield.
To comply with, to send, as I yielded to his request.
Nar.
A mark or blemish made by bruising, scratching, or the like, a disfigurement.
Calcreo bituminous.
Consisting of, or containing, lime and bitumen.
Bait.
To suffer pain, to have, or be in, pain, or in continued pain, to be distressed.
Rump.
Among butchers, the piece of beef between the sirloin and the H-bone piece of beef.
Onseam.
To sew up, to enclose by a seam, hence, to include, to contain.
Nincoop.
To declare publicly or solemnly, to proclaim formally.
Terwit.
The lapwing.
Loke.
A private path or road, also, the wicket or hatch of a door.
Choice.
Worthy of being chosen or preferred, select, superior, precious, valuable.
Russify.
To Russianize, as, to Russify conquered tribes.
Inanity.
Want of seriousness, aimlessness, frivolity.
Spiritualistic.
Relating to, or connected with, spiritualism.
Skeg.
The after part of the keel of a vessel, to which the rudder is attached.
sphenographic,
of or pertaining to sphenography.
accumulation,
The act of accumulating, the state of being accumulated, or that which is accumulated, as an accumulation of earth, of sand, of evils, of wealth, of honors.
flower,
That part of a plant destined to produce consisting of, or pertaining to, leaves, as foliar appendages.
cope,
To make return for, to requite, to repay.
goggle eye,
The goggler.
worshipper,
One who worships.
oiled,
Covered or treated with oil. Dressed with or soaked in oil.
federalize,
To unite in compact, as different states, to confederate for political purposes, to unite by or under the federal constitution.
apology,
Something said or written in defense or justification of what appears to others wrong, or of what may be liable to disapprobation, justification, as Tertullian's Apology for Christianity.
Basque,
One of a race, of unknown origin, inhabiting a region on the Bay of Biscay in Spain and France.
slumbering,
Present participle and verbal noun of slumber, sleep, especially, light sleep, sleep that is not deep or sound, repose.
impair,
To impair.
notebook,
A book in which notes of hand are registered.
countervailing,
Present participle and verbal noun of countervail. To act against with equal force, power, or effect. To thwart or overcome by such action. To furnish an equivalent to or for. To counterbalance. To compensate.
included,
Enclose. Confined.
basis phenodal,
Of or pertaining to that part of the base of the cranium between the basocipitable and the presphenoid, which usually ossifies separately in the embryo or in the young, and becomes a part of the sphenoid in the adult.
periodical,
Of or pertaining to a period, constituting a complete sentence.
ambitious,
Springing from, characterized by, or indicating, ambition, showy, aspiring, as, an ambitious style.
variability,
The power possessed by living organisms, both animal and vegetable, of adapting themselves to modifications or changes in their environment, thus possibly giving rise to ultimate variation of structure or function.
conclude,
To make a final determination or judgment concerning, to judge, to decide.
silver,
A soft white metallic element, sonorous, ductile, very malleable, and capable of high degree of polish. It is found native and also combined with sulfur, arsenic, antimony, chlorine, etc. In the minerals argentite, proustite, pyrarterite, sergerite, etc. Silver is one of the noble metals, so-called, not being easily oxidized, and is used for coin, jewelry, plate, and a great variety of articles. Symbol Ag argentum. Atomic weight 107.7. Specific gravity 10.5.
harbor,
A mixing box materials.
flash,
The branch of a tree partly cut or bent, and bound to, or intertwined with, other branches.
stupor,
One who stoops.
crookedly,
In a curved or crooked manner, in a perverse or untoward manner.
labyrinthodont,
Of or pertaining to the labyrinthodonta.
warding,
Present participle and verbal noun of ward. A projecting ridge of metal in the interior of a lock, to prevent the use of any key which has not a corresponding notch for passing Italian.
multivalence,
Quality, state, or degree of a multivalent element, atom, or radical.
degree,
Rank, degree, position.
nem,
Imperfect of nim, to take, to steal, to filch.
tangent,
Having the power to tinge.
pipa,
The Suriname Pipa americana, noted for its peculiar breeding habits.
legless,
Not having a leg.
crustology,
That branch of zoology which treats of the crustacea, molluscology, carcinology.
bounce,
A punch or stimp.
vernine,
An alkaloid extracted from the shoots of the vetch, red clover, etc., as a white crystalline substance.
tax,
A charge, especially a pecuniary burden which is imposed by authority.
rooted,
Having taken root, firmly implanted, fixed in the heart.
think,
To repent, to displease, to disgust.
foxy,
Having the odor of a fox, rank, strong smelling.
endu,
An older spelling of endow.
agued,
Imperfect and past participle of ag, the cold fit or rigor of the intermittent fever, as, fever and ag.
concentrativeness,
The faculty or propensity which has to do with concentrating the intellectual powers.
mourning,
Garb, drapery, or emblems indicative of grief, especially clothing or a badge of somber black.
Aquaria.
An artificial pond, or a globe or tank usually with glass sides, in which living specimens of aquatic animals or plants are kept.
Dashingly.
Conspicuously, showily.
Flexus.
Having turns, windings, or flexors.
Stromatology.
The history of the formation of stratified rocks.
Tranquilly.
In a tranquil manner, calmly.
State.
To mark the limits of by stakes, without, as, to stake out land, to stake out a new road.
Discriminating.
Marking a difference, distinguishing.
Salting.
The act of sprinkling, impregnating, or furnishing, with salt.
Broaching.
Present participle and verbal noun of broach, a tool of steel, generally tapering, and of a polygonal form, with from 4 to 8 cutting edges, for smoothing or enlarging holes in metal, sometimes made smooth or without edges, as for burnishing pivot holes in watches. Reamer. The broach for gun barrels is commonly square and without taper.
Contributory.
One who contributes, or is liable to be called upon to contribute, as toward the discharge of a common indebtedness.
Infrequency.
Infrequency.
Mercamonium.
The radical regarded as derived from ammonium by the substitution of mercury for a portion of the hydrogen.
Landscapist.
A painter of landscapes.
Flow.
To cover with water or other liquid, to overflow, to inundate, to flood.
Irritant.
That which irritates or excites.
Ultimating.
Present participle and verbal noun of ultimate, incapable of further analysis, incapable of further division or separation, constituent, elemental, as, an ultimate constituent of matter.
Promethean.
Of or pertaining to Prometheus, the son of Iapetus, one of the Titans, and Clymene, fabled by the poets to have surpassed all mankind in knowledge, and to have formed men of clay to whom he gave life by means of fire stolen from heaven. Jupiter, being angry at this, sent Mercury to bind Prometheus to Mount Caucasus, where a vulture preyed upon his liver.
Socket.
An opening into which anything is fitted, any hollow thing or place which receives and holds something else, as the sockets of the teeth.
Smut.
To give off smut, to crop.
Chisel.
To cut close, as in a bargain, to cheat.
Defecating.
Present participle and verbal noun of defecate, to free from extraneous or polluting matter. To clear, to purify, as from that which materializes.
Deviated.
Imperfect and past participle of deviate, to go out of the way, to turn aside from a course or a method, to stray or go astray, to err, to digress, to diverge, to vary.
Crag.
A steep, rugged rock, a rough, broken cliff, or point of the rock, on a ledge.
Gladioli.
A genus of plants having bulbous roots and gladiate leaves, and including many species, some of which are cultivated and valued for the beauty of their flowers, the cornflag, the sword lily.
Hunger.
Any strong eager desire.
Tetrahedral.
Pertaining or related to tetrahedron, or to the system of hemihedral forms to which the tetrahedron belongs.
Sterquilonous.
Pertaining to dunghill, hence, mean, dirty, paltry.
Staghorn coral.
One who applies for the allotment of shares in new projects, with a view to sell immediately at a premium, and not to hold the stock.
Try.
To essay, to attempt, to endeavor.
Fix.
Fettling.
Convertibleness.
The state of being convertible. Convertibility.
Solar.
Aloft or garret of or pertaining to the sun, proceeding from the sun, as the solar system, solar light, solar rays, solar influence, aloft or upper chamber, a garret room, system, below.
Propanol.
A hydrocarbon radical regarded as an essential residue of propene and allied compounds.
Confirmable.
That may be confirmed.
Inculpate.
To blame, to impute guilt to accuse, to involve or implicate in guilt.
Creationism.
The doctrine that a soul is specially created for each human being as soon as it is formed in the womb, opposed to traducianism.
Syllabuses.
A compendium containing the heads of a discourse, and the like, an abstract.
Presumptuousness.
The quality or state of being presumptuous.
Engagedly.
With attachment, with interest, earnestly.
Gen.
A small-sized, well-proportioned, Spanish horse, a
Dragonade.
The severe persecution of French Protestants under Louis XIV, by an armed force, usually of dragoons, hence, a rapid and devastating incursion, dragoonade.
Peristole.
Peristaltic action, especially of the intestines.
Alarm.
A mechanical contrivance for waking persons from sleep or rousing their attention, an alarm.
Mm.
To make or get ready.
Sorbet.
To make sore or bruise, as the feet by travel.
Involucrum.
A partial, secondary, or small involucre, a continuous marginal covering of sporangia in certain ferns, as in the common brake or the cup-shaped processes of the filmy ferns.
Cock.
An office in a custom house where goods intended for export are entered.
Fundament.
The part of the body on which one sits, the buttocks, specifically anatomy, the anus.
Dystomy.
Bad legislation, the enactment of bad laws.
Misspelled.
Imperfect and past participle of misspell, to spell incorrectly.
Dilate.
To grow wide, to expand, to swell or extend in all directions.
Jerker.
A beater.
Trayful.
Occurring once in every 3 hours.
Rhyme.
A rent or long aperture, a chink, a fissure, a crack.
Welt.
A bevel.
Chance.
To be full, to happen to.
Finish.
Of or pertaining to Finland, to the Finns, or to their language.
Munshi.
A Mohammedan professor or teacher of language.
Presumptively.
By presumption, or supposition grounded or probability, presumably.
Water thrush.
The European water owl.
Cobweb.
Abounding in cobwebs.
Basketry.
The art of making baskets, also, baskets, taken collectively.
Neorama.
A panorama of the interior of a building, seen from within.
Badger.
A brush made of badger's hair, used by artists.
Hunt.
To follow the chase, to go out in pursuit of game, to course with hounds.
Ignis fatuus.
A phosphorescent light that appears, in the night, over marshy ground, supposed to be occasioned by the decomposition of animal or vegetable substances, or by some inflammable gas, popularly called also will-o'-the-wisp, or will-o'-the-wisp, and jack-with-a-lantern, or jack-o'-lantern.
Adjuster.
One who, or that which, adjusts.
Teed.
A torch.
Outflying.
About fly.
However,
At all events, at least, in any case.
fully,
In a foolish manner.
renounce,
To declare against. To reject or decline formally. To refuse to own or acknowledge as belonging to one. To disclaim as. To renounce a title to land or to throne.
cotton,
A clown. A low rustic. A dolt.
damage,
Subjugation.
water tube,
One of a system of tubular excretory organs having external openings. Found in many invertebrates, they are believed to be analogous in function to the kidneys of vertebrates under Trayful and Spherometer.
exfoliate,
To split into scales, especially to become converted into scales as the result of heat or decomposition.
squat,
Short and thick, like the figure of an animal squatting.
chemistry,
Right.
individually,
In an individual manner or relation, as individuals, separately, each by itself.
water bridge,
A molding, or other projection, in the wall of a building, to throw off the water, generally used in the United States for the first table above the surface of the groundwork or structure of stone, brick, or other materials, raised to some height, and intended for defense or security, solid and permanent enclosing fence, as around a field, a park, a town, etc. Also, one of the upright enclosing parts of a building or a room.
stalk,
One of the movable peduncles which, in the decapod crustacea, bear the eyes at the tip.
nicking,
The cutting made by the hewer at the side of the face.
adopter,
A receiver, with two necks, opposite to each other, one of which admits the neck of a retort, and the other is joined to another receiver. It is used in distillations, to give more space to the elastic vapors, to increase the length of the neck of a retort, or to unite two vessels whose openings have different diameters.
waddle,
A rod laid on a roof to support the thatch.
relative,
Characterizing or pertaining to chords and keys, which, by reason of the identify of some of their tones, admit of a natural transition from one to the other.
apple,
To depress or discourage with fear, to impress with fear in such a manner that the mind shrinks, or loses its firmness, to overcome with sudden terror or horror, to dismay, as the sight appalled the stoutest heart.
dominoes,
A game played by two or more persons, with 28 pieces of wood, bone, or ivory, of a flat, oblong shape, plain at the back, but on the face divided by a line in the middle, and either left blank or variously dotted after the manner of dice, The game is played by matching the spots or the blank of an unmatched half of a domino already played.
Scepter.
Of scepter.
Letter A.
Spotted, as if from abrasions of the surface.
Swarthy.
To make swarthy.
Partisan.
An adherent to party or faction, especially one who is strongly and passionately devoted to a party or an interest.
Interhamal.
Between the hamal arches or hamal spines.
Broadcast.
To form in its first rudiments, without revision, correction, or polish.
Tasseling.
Present participle and verbal noun of tassel. A piece of board that is laid upon a wall as a sort of blade, to give a level surface to the ends of floor timbers, rarely used in the United States.
Chies.
Bilk, large genus, obsolete, the number greater by a unit than 5, the sum of 3 and 3, 6 units or objects.
Concentricity.
The state of being concentric.
Birch.
Imperfect and past participle of birch, a tree of several species, constituting the genus Betula, as the white or common birch before alba, also called silver birch and lady birch, the dwarf birch before glandulosa, the paper or canoe birch before papyracea, the yellow birch before lutea, the black or cherry birch before lenta.
Care.
Attention or heed, caution, regard, heedfulness, watchfulness, as, take care, have a care.
Scrabble.
The act of scrabbling, a moving upon the hands and knees, a scramble, also, a scribble.
Breeding.
Deportment or behavior in the external offices and decorums of social life, manners, knowledge of, or training in, the ceremonies, or polite observances of society.
Arresting.
Present participle and verbal noun of arrest, the act of stopping, or restraining from further motion, etc., stoppage, hindrance, restraint, as, an arrest of development.
Plebeian.
One of the common people, or lower rank of men.
Hell.
A dungeon or prison, also, in certain running games, a place to which those who are caught are carried for detention.
Platform.
A light deck, usually placed in a section of the hold or over the floor of the magazine, the lowest deck of a vessel, especially of a ship of war, consisting of a platform laid over the beams in the hold, on which the cables are coiled.
Endless.
A broad dagger formerly worn at the girdle.
Point blank.
With artillery, the point where the projectile first strikes the horizontal plane on which the gun stands, the axis of the piece being horizontal.
Crooketing.
Present participle and verbal noun of croquet, an open-air game in which two or more players endeavor to drive wooden balls, by means of mallets, through a series of hoops or arches set in the ground according to some pattern.
Watchword.
A sentiment or motto, especially one used as a rallying cry or a signal for action.
Controvertist.
One skilled in or given to controversy, a controversialist.
Crabtree.
One of the Brachyrhyn crustacea, they are mostly marine, and usually have a broad, short body, covered with a strong shell or carapace. The abdomen is small and curled up beneath the body.
Stabber.
A small marline spike, a pricker.
Annealing.
Present participle and verbal noun of anneal. To subject to great heat, and then cool slowly, as glass, cast iron, steel, or other metal, for the purpose of rendering it less brittle. To temper, to toughen.
Rhapsody.
A disconnected series of sentences or statements composed under excitement, and without dependence or natural connection, rambling composition.
Cast steel.
Imperfect and past participle of cast, to form into a particular shape, by pouring liquid metal or other material into a mold. To fashion, to found, as, to cast bells, stoves, bullets, steel, under steel.
Deeded.
Imperfect and past participle of diet, a legislative or administrative assembly in Germany, Poland, and some other countries of Europe, a deliberative convention, a council, as the Diet of Worms, held in 1521.
Humbugger.
One who humbugs.
Notice.
The act of noting, remarking, or observing, observation by the senses or intellect, cognizance, note.
Terpulot.
A hydrous phosphate of alumina containing a little copper. Chelate, it has a blue, or bluish-green, color, and usually occurs in reniform masses with a botryoidal surface.
Lap straight.
Made with boards whose edges lap one over another. Clinker built, set of boats.
Subtegulaneous.
Under the roof or eaves, within doors.
Bipenny.
Twice pinnate.
Agnition.
A declaration or avowal of one's own act, to give it legal validity, as the acknowledgement of a deed before a proper officer. Also, the certificate of the officer attesting such declaration.
Frightment.
Fear, terror.
Russell current.
A portion of the southern equatorial current flowing westward from the Fiji Islands to New Guinea.
Ronger.
An instrument for removing small rough portions of bone.
Slope.
Any ground whose surface forms an angle with the plane of the horizon.
Canopy.
An ornamental projection over door, window, niche, etc.
Algologist.
One learned about algae, a student of algology.
Deport.
To turn from the original or plain meaning, to pervert, to wrest.
Disenthralling.
Present participle and verbal noun of disenthrall. To free from thraldom, to disenthrall.
Freeze.
To become chilled with cold, or as with cold. To suffer loss of animation or life by lack of heat, as the blood freezes in the veins.
See.
To follow with the eyes, or as with the eyes, to watch, to regard attentively, to look after.
Absorber.
One who, or that which, absorbs.
Logment.
The washing or bathing, also, a clyster.
Scorpiodia.
A division of arachnids comprising the scorpions.
The.
The objective case of thou, the second personal pronoun, in the singular number, denoting the person addressed, thyself, the pronoun which is used in addressing persons in the solemn or poetical style.
Metai.
An important ore of iron, the sesquioxide, so called because of the red color of the powder. It occurs in splendid rhombohedral crystals, and in massive and earthy forms. The last called red ochre, called also specular iron, ologist iron, rhombohedral iron ore, and bloodstone, of a dark color of various shades between black and red or yellow, hematite under brown.
Brioche.
To cause to arch.
Paracermorphous.
Like or pertaining to the pigeons or column.
Probe.
Imperfect and past participle of probe, an instrument for examining the depth or other circumstances of a wound, ulcer, or cavity, or the direction of a sinus, of for exploring for bullets, for stones in the bladder, etc.
Malady.
Any disease of the human body, a distemper, disorder, or indisposition, proceeding from impaired, defective, or morbid organic functions, especially a lingering or deep-seated disorder.
Synapine.
An alkaloid occurring in the seeds of mustard, it is extracted, in combination with sulfocyanic acid, as a white crystalline substance, having hot, bitter taste. When synapine is isolated it is unstable and undergoes decomposition.
Seared.
Imperfect and past participle of sear, to burn the surface of, to dryness and hardness, to cauterize, to expose to a degree of heat such as changes the color or the hardness and texture of the surface, to scorch, to make callous, as, to sear the skin or flesh, also used figuratively.
Norseman.
One of the ancient Scandinavians, a Northman.
Pleura.
The closed sac formed by the pleural membrane about each lung, or the fold of membrane connecting each lung with the body wall.
Pound/keeper.
The keeper of a pound.
Hangnail.
A small piece or silver of skin which hangs loose, near the root of fingernail.
Bugbane.
A perennial white-flowered herb of the order Ranunculaceae and genus Chimiciguda, bugwort. There are several species.
Caged.
Confined in, or as in, a cage, like a cage or prison.
Advantage.
Interest of money, increase, overplus as the 13th in the baker's dozen.
Hummler.
One who, or a machine which, hummels.
Essential.
Containing the essence or characteristic portion of a substance, as of a plant, highly rectified, pure, hence, unmixed, as, an essential oil.
Acardiac.
Without a heart, as, an acardiac fetus.
Gentlesse.
Gentilesse, gentleness.
Beast.
Any living creature, an animal, including man, insects, etc.
Peterwort.
A person sanctified, a holy or godly person, one eminent for piety and virtue, any true Christian, as being redeemed and consecrated to God. Peter's wort, under saint.
Sped.
Imperfect and past participle of speed, the act or state of moving swiftly, swiftness, velocity, rapidly, rate of motion, dispatch, as, the speed of horse or a vessel.
Limbus.
An extramundane region where certain classes of souls were supposed to await the judgment.
Lorimer.
A maker of bits, spurs, and metal mounting for bridles and saddles, hence, a saddler.
Glare.
The white of egg, it is used as a size or a glaze in bookbinding, for pastry, etc.
Serpent.
Any reptile of the order Ophidia, a snake, especially a large snake under Ophidia.
Iceman.
A man who is skilled in traveling upon ice, as among glaciers.
Retinasphaltum.
An inflammable mineral resin, usually of a yellowish-brown color, found in roundish masses, sometimes with coal.
liver,
one who, or that which, lives.
manageable,
Such as can be managed or used, suffering control, governable, tractable, subservient, as a manageable horse.
patrocination,
The act of patrocinating or patronizing.
reinstate,
To place again in possession, or in a former state, to restore to state from which one had been removed, to instate again, as, to reinstate a king in the possession of the kingdom.
garbage,
Offal, as the bowels of an animal or fish, refuse animal or vegetable matter from a kitchen, hence, anything worthless, disgusting, or loathsome.
universal,
Constituting or considered as a whole, total, entire, whole, as the universal world.
uroxanthin,
An indigo-forming substance, found in urine and other animal fluids, and convertible into red and blue indigo retin and uroglossan. Chemically, it is indoxyl sulfate of potash, CaH6 and SO4K, and is derived from the indole formed in the alimentary canal, called also uroxanthin.
intravilled,
Having never visited foreign countries, not having gained knowledge or experience by travel, as an untravelled Englishman.
centralized,
Imperfect and past participle of centralize, to draw or bring to center point, to gather into or about a center, to bring into one system, or under one control.
dish,
A vessel, as a platter, a plate, a bowl, used for serving up food at the table.
rheumatic,
Derived from, or having the character of, rheum, rheumic.
tomentum,
The closely matted hair or downy nap covering the leaves or stems of some plants.
cocoon,
The oryx or gem spot.
irrefragable,
Not refractable, that cannot be refracted in passing from one medium to another.
vaulting,
Present participle and verbal noun of vault, an arched apartment, especially a subterranean room, used for storing articles, for a prison, for interment, or the like, a cell, a cellar.
crossing,
The act of interbreeding, a mixing of breeds.
vel,
The salted stomach of a calf, used in making cheese, a rennet bag.
herocomic,
Combining the heroic and the ludicrous, denoting burlesque, as a herocomic poem.
lowish,
Somewhat low,
non-elastic,
not having elasticity.
say,
To utter or express in words, to tell, to speak, to declare, as he said many wise things.
Telegraphical.
Of or pertaining to the telegraph, made or communicated by a telegraph, as telegraphic signals, telegraphic art, telegraphic intelligence.
Pretibial.
Situated in front of the tibia.
Tie.
A line, usually straight, drawn across the stems of notes, or a curved line written over or under the notes, signifying that they are to be slurred, or closely united in the performance, or that two notes of the same pitch are to be sounded as one, a bind, a ligature.
Discomposition.
Inconsistency, discordance.
Miniphilus.
One-leaved, composed of a single leaf, as a miniphilus involucre or calyx.
Assembly.
A company of persons collected together in one place, and usually for some common purpose, especially for deliberation and legislation, for worship, or for social entertainment.
Cis.
A colloquial abbreviation of sister.
Vaginal.
A vagina.
Manus.
A genus of edentates, covered with large, hard, triangular scales, with sharp edges that overlap each other like tiles on a roof. They inhabit the warmest parts of Asia and Africa, and feed on ants, called also scaly anteater. Any one of several species of Manus, Phyllodetus, and related genera, found in Africa and Asia. They are covered with imbricated scales, and feed upon ants, called also scaly anteater.
Horse.
Having a harsh, rough, grating voice or sound, as when affected with a cold, making rough, harsh cry or sound, as the hoarse raven.
Blaze.
A spot made on trees by chipping off a piece of the bark, usually as a surveyor's mark.
Manganous.
Of, pertaining to, designating, those compounds of manganese in which the element has a lower valence as contrasted with manganic compounds, as manganous oxide.
Immunity.
Freedom or exemption from any charge, duty, obligation, office, tax, imposition, penalty, or service, a particular privilege, as the immunities of the free cities of Germany, the immunities of the clergy.
Prevention.
The act of preventing or hindering, obstruction of action, access, or approach, thwarting.
Per party.
A share, part, or portion of an estate allotted to a co-parsoner.
Sart.
An asart, or clearing.
Royalty.
The person of a king or sovereign, majesty, as, in the presence of royalty.
Monosyllabic.
Being a monosyllable, or composed of monosyllables, as a monosyllabic word, a monosyllabic language.
Premise.
Matters previously stated or set forth, especially that part in the beginning of a deed, the office of which is to express the grantor and grantee, and the land or thing granted or conveyed, and all that precedes the habendum, the thing dismissed or granted.
Vastity.
The quality or state of being vast.
Able.
To make able, to enable, to strengthen.
Action.
A process or condition of acting or moving, as opposed to rest, the doing of something, exertion of power or force, as when one body acts on another. The effect of power exerted on one body by another. Agency, activity, operation, as the action of he, a man of action.
Primality.
The quality or state of being primal.
Fibrillite.
A silicate of alumina, of fibrous or columnar structure. It is like andalusite in composition, called also sillimanite and buccolusite.
Western.
Of or pertaining to the west, situated in the west, or in the region nearly in the direction of west, being in that quarter where the sun sets, as the western shore of France, the western ocean.
Expressible.
Capable of being expressed, squeezed out, shown, represented, or uttered.
Cupola.
A revolving shot-proof turret for heavy ordnance.
Glenoidal.
Having the form of a smooth and shallow depression, socket-like, applied to several articular surfaces of bone, as the glenoid cavity, or fossa, of the scapula, in which the head of the humerus articulates.
Wrap.
To carry away by force.
Transgression.
The act of transgressing, or of passing over or beyond any law, civil or moral. The violation of a law or known principle of rectitude, breach of command, fault, offense, crime, sin.
Coucher.
One who couches.
Clem.
To starve, to famish.
Saturnian.
Any one of numerous species of large handsome moths belonging to Saturnia and allied genera. The luna moth, Polyphemus, and Promptia are examples. They belong to the silkworm family, and some are raised for their silk. A very large American moth, Polyphemus, belonging to the silkworm family Bomechid, its larva, which is very large, bright green, with silvery tubercles, and with oblique white stripes on the sides, feeds on the oak, chestnut, willow, cherry, apple, and other trees. It produces a large amount of strong silk, called also American silkworm.
Waterman.
A man who plies for hire on rivers, lakes, or canals, or in harbors, in distinction from a seaman who is engaged on the high seas. a man who manages freshwater craft, a boatman, a ferryman.
In garb.
Not shaven.
Fancy.
A sort of love song or light impromptu ballad.
Cross-beared.
Secured by, or furnished with, crossbars.
Lexicographical.
Of or pertaining to, or according to, lexicography.
Speckled.
Marked or brigaded with small spots of a different color from that of the rest of the surface.
Tuberculated.
Tubercled, tubercular.
Entom.
To deposit in a tomb, as a dead body, to bury, to inter, to inhum.
Anagrammatize.
To transpose, as the letters of a word, so as to form an anagram.
Systemizer.
One who systemizes, or reduces to system, a systematizer.
Benna.
A hog-like mammal of New Guinea Porcula papuensis.
Amiz.
Wanting in muscle, without flesh.
Crate.
A thin, crimped stuff, made of raw silk gummed and twisted on the mill. Black crepe is much used for mourning garments, also for the dress of some clergymen.
Reservine.
Of, like, or pertaining to, a deer of the genus Reservis, which includes the swamp deer of India.
Wheel shape.
Shaped like a wheel. To refuse to recognize, to ignore, as, to cut a person in the street, to cut one's acquaintance.
Impure.
Not purified according to the ceremonial law of Moses, unclean.
Garb.
A sheaf of grain wheat, unless otherwise specified.
Achieving.
Present participle and verbal noun of achieve, to carry on to final gloss, to bring out into a perfected state, to accomplish, to perform, as, to achieve a feat, an exploit, an enterprise.
Site.
To refer to or specify, as for support, proof, illustration, or confirmation.
Pitiful.
Full of pity, tender-hearted, compassionate, kind, merciful, sympathetic.
Sit.
To sit upon, to keep one's seat upon, as, he sits a horse well.
Georgian.
Of or relating to the reigns of the four Georges, kings of Great Britain, as, the Georgian era.
Cowardice.
Want of courage to face danger, extreme timidity, pusillanimity, base fear of danger or hurt, lack of spirit.
Dissevering.
Present participle and verbal noun of dissever. To part into, to sever thoroughly, to sunder, to disunite, to separate, to disperse.
Foi.
Faith, allegiance, fealty.
Bookholder.
A prompter at a theater.
Galloway.
A small horse of a breed raised at Galloway, Scotland, called also Garin and Garin.
Reapportionment.
A second or a new apportionment.
Dote.
Natural endowments.
Granted.
Imperfect and past participle of grant. A transfer of property by deed or writing, especially, though appropriation or conveyance made by the government, as a grant of land or of money, also, the deed or writing by which the transfer is made.
Decide.
To determine, to form a definite opinion, to come to conclusion, to give decision, as the court decided in favor of the defendant.
Griever.
One who, or that which, grieves.
Rise.
To slope upward, as a path, a line, or surface rises in this direction.
Spectacular.
Pertaining to spectacles, or glasses for the eyes.
Neo-Latin.
Applied to the Romance languages, as being mostly of Latin origin.
Drogy.
Turbid, muddy, filthy.
Scourge.
Hence, a means of inflicting punishment, vengeance, or suffering, an infliction of affliction, a punishment.
Stowing.
Present participle and verbal noun of stow, to place or arrange in a compact mass, to put in its proper place, or in a suitable place, to pack, as, to stow bags, bales, or casks in a ship's hold, to stow hay in a mow, to stow sheaves.
Circumscribe.
To draw a line around so as to touch at certain points without cutting, to write or engrave, to mark down as something to be read, to imprint.
Seam.
An Arctic fork-tailed gull Zemisibini.
Metempsychosing.
Present participle and verbal noun of metempsychos, to translate or transfer, as the soul, from one body to another.
Unappalled.
Not appalled, not frightened, dauntless, undaunted.
Bedraggle.
To brattle, to soil, as garments which, in walking, are suffered to drag in dust, mud, etc.
Resignation.
The act of resigning or giving up, as a claim, possession, office, or the like, surrender, as the resignation of a crown or commission.
Bluefish.
A large voracious fish, Pomatomys satatrix, of the family Carandidae, valued as a food fish, and widely distributed on the American coast. On the New Jersey and Rhode Island coast it is called the horse mackerel. In Virginia, saltwater tailor, or skipjack.
Flatten.
To throw down, to bring to the ground, to prostrate, hence, to depress, to deject, to dispirit.
Ignify.
To form into fire.
Pause.
The length of a step in walking or marching, reckoned from the heel of one foot to the heel of the other, used as a unit in measuring distances, as he advanced 50 paces.
Occasioner.
One who, or that which, occasions, causes, or produces.
Recompensation.
Used to denote a case where a set-off pleaded by the defendant is met by a set-off pleaded by the plaintiff.
Ream.
To stretch out, to draw out into thongs, threads, or filaments.
Windstorm.
A storm characterized by high wind with little or no rain.
Mundane.
Of or pertaining to the world, worldly, earthly, terrestrial, as the mundane sphere.
Strepsipteran.
One of the Strepsiptera.
Beacon.
That which gives notice of danger.
Wing-leaved.
Having pinnate or pinnately divided leaves.
Glebe.
The land belonging, or yielding revenue, to a parish church or ecclesiastical benefice.
Variation.
Change of termination of words, as in declension, conjugation, derivation, etc.
Restrain.
To limit, to confine, to restrict.
Tile.
A small, flat piece of dried earth or earthenware, used to cover vessels in which metals are fused.
Ural.
Pertaining to, or designating, the Urals, a mountain range between Europe and Asia.
Inofficiously.
Not officiously.
Tinker.
One skilled in a variety of small mechanical work.
Cismontane.
On this side of the mountains, being beyond the mountains, specifically, being beyond the Alps, in respect to the one who speaks.
Laic.
Of or pertaining to the layman or the laity.
Personality.
Something said or written which refers to the person, conduct, etc., of some individual, especially something of a disparaging or offensive nature. Personal remarks, as indulgence in personalities.
Anarged.
Not argued or debated.
Plaiting.
Present participle and verbal noun of plat, a small piece or plot of ground laid out with some design, or for a special use, usually a portion of flat, even ground.
Discomfit.
Discomfited, overthrown.
Intent.
Closely directed, strictly attentive, bent, set of the mind, thoughts, etc., as a mind intent on self-improvement.
Halia.
A pendulous process of the skin on the throat of a bird, as in the turkey, a dewlap.
Brand iron.
The horizontal bar of an andiron.
Saltish.
Somewhat salt.
Irradiated.
Having to raise, as, a biradiate fin.
Abide.
To wait, to pause, to delay.
Mimical.
Imitative, characterized by resemblance to other forms, applied to crystals which by twinning resemble simple forms of higher grade of symmetry.
Believer.
One who gives credit to the truth of the scriptures as a revelation from God, a Christian, in a more restricted sense, one who receives Christ as his Savior and accepts the way of salvation unfolded in the gospel.
Veiling.
A veil, a thin covering, also, material for making veils.
Eyelid.
The cover of the eye, that portion of movable skin with which an animal covers or uncovers the eyeball at pleasure.
Idealization.
The act or process of idealizing.
Cylindric.
Having the form of a cylinder, or of a section of its convex surface, partaking of the properties of the cylinder.
Catch.
To be held or impeded by entanglement or a light obstruction, as a kite catches in a tree, a door catches so as not to open.
Compass.
Rounded, arched.
Feed.
Imperfect and past participle of fee, reward or compensation for services rendered or to be rendered, especially payment for professional services, of optional amount, or fixed by custom or laws, charge, pay, perquisite, as the fees of lawyers and physicians, the fees of office, clerk's fees, sheriff's fees, marriage fees, etc.
Misdemean.
To behave ill, with a reflexive pronoun, as to misdemean oneself.
Contrive.
Broken down with grief and penitence, deeply sorrowful for sin because it is displeasing to God, humbly and thoroughly penitent.
Perpetuate.
To make perpetual, to cause to endure, or to be continued, indefinitely, to preserve from extinction or oblivion, to eternize.
Gondola.
A small gondola.
kindergarten,
A school for young children, conducted on the theory that education should be begun by gratifying and cultivating the normal aptitude for exercise, play, observation, imitation, and construction, a name given by Friedrich Froebel, a German educator, who introduced this method of training in rooms opening on a garden.
black lead,
To coat or to polish with black lead.
purse,
In Persia, the sum of 50 tomans.
ontographic,
Of or pertaining to ontography.
express,
To press or squeeze out, as to express the juice of grapes or of apples, hence, to extort, to elicit.
vengeance,
Punishment inflicted in return for an injury or an offense. Retribution, often, in a bad sense, passionate or unrestrained revenge.
gambist,
A performer upon the viola di gamba, a genus of polyptilous herbaceous plants, including all kinds of violets.
scrouge,
To crowd, to squeeze.
carmagnole,
A bombastic report from the French armies.
Iroquois,
A powerful and warlike confederacy of Indian tribes, formerly inhabiting central New York and constituting most of the Five Nations. Also, any Indian of the Iroquois tribes.
cystidian,
One of the Cystidia.
cliff,
A high, steep rock, a precipice.
neld,
Imperfect and past participle of nil. The stroke of a bell tolled at a funeral or at the death of a person, a death signal, a passing bell, hence, figuratively, a warning of, or a sound indicating, the passing away of anything.
pine,
To grieve or mourn for.
southwester,
A hat made of painted canvas, oiled cloth, or the like, with a flap at the back, worn in stormy weather.
hyposulfite,
A salt of what was formerly called hyposulfurous acid, a thiosulfate.
itch,
To have an uneasy sensation in the skin, which inclines the person to scratch the part affected.
bezeling,
Present participle and verbal noun of bezel. To plunder. To waste in right.
take off,
An imitation, especially in the way of caricature.
diureticalness,
The quality of being diuretical. Diuretic property.
unchristianness,
The quality or state of being unchristian.
picking,
That which is, or may be, picked or gleaned.
schoolmaid,
A schoolgirl.
Coercing.
Present participle and verbal noun of coerce, to compel or constrain to any action, as, to coerce a man to vote for a certain candidate.
Seam.
A thin layer or stratum, a narrow vein between two thicker strata, as, a seam of coal.
Rewardful.
Yielding reward.
Adultery.
Lewdness or unchastity of thought as well as act, as forbidden by the seventh commandment.
Where a master.
One keeps or procures horse for others, a pimp, a procurer.
Provide.
To procure supplies or means in advance, to take measures beforehand in view of an expected or a possible future need, especially a danger or an evil, followed by against or for, as, to provide against the inclemency of the weather, to provide for the education of a child.
Distributable.
Capable of being distributed.
Ine-
The herb dill, or dill seed.
Inexplainable.
Incapable of being explained, inexplicable.
Ruble.
A little ruby.
Linseed.
The seeds of flax, from which linseed oil is obtained.
Hurled.
Imperfect and past participle of hurl. To send whirling or whizzing through the air, to throw with violence, to drive with great force, as, to hurl a stone or lance.
Inanity.
An inane, useless thing or pursuit, a vanity, a silly object, chiefly in plural, as the inanities of the world.
Benediction.
The form of instituting an abbot, answering to the consecration of a bishop.
View.
A cavity in a lobe, called also vogel.
Turning.
Present participle and verbal noun of turn, an embellishment or grace mark thus, slash, commonly consisting of the principal note, or that on which the turn is made, with the note above, and the semitone below, the note above being sounded first, the principal note next, and the semitone below last, the three being performed quickly, as a triplet preceding the mark note. The turn may be inverted so as to begin with the lower note, in which case the sign is either placed on and thus slash, or drawn thus slash.
Telegraphing.
Present participle and verbal noun of telegraph, an apparatus, or a process, for communicating intelligence rapidly between distant points, especially by means of preconcerted visible or audible signals representing words or ideas, or by means of words and signs, transmitted by electrical action.
Consociational.
Of or pertaining to consociation.
Slid.
Of slide.
Verdexes.
The point in any figure opposite to, and farthest from, The base, the terminating point of some particular line or lines in a figure or a curve. The top, or the point opposite the base.
Resultate.
The result.
Selfhood.
Existence as a separate self, or independent person, conscious personality, individuality.
Cassidony.
The Goldilocks chrysicomylinoceros, and perhaps other plants related to the genus Gnophalium or cudweed.
Trinity.
Any symbol of the Trinity employed in Christian art, especially the triangle.
Dimbril.
Dimmer, delay in acting or deciding.
Partisan.
A kind of halberd or pike, also, a truncheon, a staff.
Abuser.
One who abuses in the various senses of the verb.
Formality.
The condition or quality of being formal, strictly ceremonious, precise, etc.
Bow.
To stop.
Purling.
Present participle and verbal noun of pearl. Malt liquor, medicated or spiced, formerly, ale or beer in which wormwood or other bitter herbs had been infused, and which was regarded as tonic. At present, hot beer mixed with gin, sugar, and spices.
Thermifusion.
An artificial alkaloid of complex composition, resembling phthalate and used as an antipyretic, whence its name.
Insurant.
The person insured.
Dunce.
The hour of dinner, the noonday meal.
Requirement.
That which is required, an imperative or authoritative command, an essential condition, something needed or necessary, a need.
By.
Passing near, going past, beyond, as the procession has gone by, a bird flew by.
Vale.
A tract of low ground, or of land between hills, a valley.
Billy.
Like pile or will.
Assuredness.
The state of being assured, certainty, full confidence.
Exaltment.
The refinement or subtilization of the body, or the increasing of its virtue or principal property.
Cobweb.
The European spotted flycatcher.
Spotty.
An Algerian cavalryman in the French army.
Ichthyology.
The natural history of fishes, that branch of zoology which relates to fishes, including their structure, classification, and habits.
Confessant.
One who confesses to a priest.
Altissimo.
The part or notes situated above F in all.
Epiperipheral.
Connected with or having its origin upon the external surface of the body, especially applied to the feelings which originate at the extremities of nerves distributed on the outer surface, as the sensation produced by touching an object with a finger, opposed to entoperipheral.
Fructify.
To make fruitful, to render productive, to fertilize, as to fructify the earth.
Unitive.
Having the power of uniting, causing, or tending to produce union.
Pusher.
An officer or servant who has the care of the door of a court, hall, chamber, or the like, hence, an officer whose business it is to introduce strangers, or to walk before a person of rank, also, one who escorts persons to seats in a church, theater, etc.
Monogamous.
Of or pertaining to the monogamia, having a simple flower with united anthers.
Compare.
The state of being compared, the relative estimate, also, a state, quality, or relation, admitting of being compared, as, to bring a thing into comparison with another. There is no comparison between them.
Scopious.
Any plant of the genus Scopiosa, several of the species of which are common in Europe, they resemble the composite, and have similar heads of flowers, but the anthers are not connected.
Aphonia.
Loss of voice or vocal utterance.
Flatten.
To become or grow flat, even, depressed dull, vapid, spiritless, or depressed below pitch.
Pentagraphic.
Pantographic, an instrument for copying plans, maps, and other drawings, on the same, or on a reduced or an enlarged, scale.
Labial.
Of or pertaining to the lips or labia, as, labial veins.
Describe.
To use the faculty of describing, to give a description, as, Milton describes with uncommon force and beauty. A small ball.
Push.
An assault or attack, an effort, an attempt, hence, the time or occasion for action.
Five finger.
The name of several different species of the genus Potentilla, also called five-finger, because of the resemblance of its leaves to the fingers of the hand.
Helpin.
Past participle of help, to furnish with strength or means for the successful performance of any action or the attainment of any object, to aid, to assist, as, to help a man in his work, to help one to remember. The following infinitive is commonly used without u, as, help me scale yon balcony.
Inflexibility.
The quality or state of being inflexible, or not capable of being bent or changed, unyielding stiffness, inflexibleness, rigidity, firmness of will or purpose, unbending pertinacity, steadfastness, resoluteness, unchangeableness, obstinacy.
Thick-skulled.
Having a thick skull, hence, dull, heavy, stupid, slow to learn.
Delicate.
To melt or be dissolved, to delicace.
And schedule.
To insert in a schedule, to form into, or place in, a schedule.
Tunnies.
Any one of several species of large oceanic fishes belonging to the mackerel family, especially the common or great tunny Orcanis/albicore arthinus, native of the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. It sometimes weighs 1,000 pounds or more, and is extensively caught in the Mediterranean. On the American coast it is called horse mackerel of horse mackerel, underhorse.
Menagerie.
A piazzi where animals are kept and trained.
Squalled.
Imperfect and past participle of squall. To cry out, to scream or cry violently, as a woman frightened, or a child in anger or distress, as the infant squalled.
Elasma branch.
One of the elasma branchi.
Hack.
To use as a hack, to let out for hire.
Untuck.
To unfold or undo, as a tuck, to release from a tuck or fold.
Bendel.
A small bend or fillet, any little bend or flat molding, compassing a column, like a ring.
Duteous.
Fulfilling duty, dutiful. Having the sentiments due to a superior, or to one to whom respect or service is owed. Obedient, as a duteous son or daughter.
Uniformness.
The quality or state of being uniform, uniformity.
Predicting.
Present participle and verbal noun of predict, to tell or declare beforehand, to foretell, to prophecy, to presage, as, to predict misfortune, to predict the return of a cause.
Tickle.
To excite the sensation of titillation.
Fox.
A carnivorous animal of the genus Welt, family Conid, of many species, the European fox C. vulgaris or C. vulpes, the American red fox C. fulvus, the American gray fox C. virginianus, and the Arctic, white, or blue, fox C. lagopus, are well-known species.
Stage.
A floor elevated for the convenience of mechanical work, or the like, a scaffold, a staging.
Prior.
Preceding in the order of time, former, antecedent, anterior, previous, as, a prior discovery, prior obligation, used elliptically in cases like the following. He lived alone in the time, prior to his marriage.
Flip-flap.
The repeated stroke of something long and loose.
Panikin.
A small pen or cup.
Stylaster.
Any one of numerous species of delicate, usually pink, calcareous hydroid corals of the genus Stylaster.
Scopoline.
Like or pertaining to fishes of the genus Scopelus, or family Scopelode, which includes many small oceanic fishes, most of which are phosphorescent.
Cask.
The quantity contained in a cask.
Parturificient.
A medicine tending to cause parturition, or to give relief in childbearing.
Animalish.
Like an animal.
Int.
Imperfect and past participle of in, one of the college's societies or buildings, in London, for students of the law barristers, as, the Inns of Court, the Inns of Chancery, Serjeant Sins.
Vigilant.
Attentive to discover and avoid danger, or to provide for safety, wakeful, watchful, circumspect, wary.
Inexactitude.
Inexactness, uncertainty, as geographical inexactitude.
Bill.
The contents of a full bill, what a bill will hold.
Circulation.
Currency, circulating coin, notes, bills, etc. Current for coin.
Fair.
Hence, harbor. A small ball.
Accenser.
One of the functionaries who light and trim the tapers.
Churchwarden.
A clay tobacco pipe, with a long tube.
Kinghood.
The state of being a king, the attributes of a king, kingship.
Turbinella.
A genus of large marine gastropods having a thick heavy shell with conspicuous folds on the columella.
Trivalence.
The quality or state of being trivalent.
Poster.
One who posts bills, a bill poster.
Grenadier.
A bright-colored South African grosbeak pyrolan oryx, having the back red and the lower parts black.
Time-serving.
Obsequiously complying with the spirit of the times, or the humors of those in power.
Admarginate.
To write in the margin.
Pacha.
An honorary title given to officers of high rank in Turkey, as to governors of provinces, military commanders, etc. The earlier form was Bashaw.
Twin-like.
Closely resembling, being a counterpart.
Cunning.
pretty or pleasing, as a cunning little boy.
Studied.
Imperfect and past participle of study, constant in feeling, purpose, or pursuit, not fickle, changeable, or wavering, not easily moved or persuaded to alter a purpose, resolute, as a man steady in his principles, in his purpose, or in the pursuit of an object.
Atheism.
Religious indifference.
He.
Variant of hoax.
Masula boat.
A kind of boat used on the coast of Madras, India. The planks are sewed together with strands of coir which cross over a wadding of the same material, so that the shock on taking the beach through surf is much reduced.
Ring of fur.
A species of pine, Pinus sylvestris, and its wood, which affords a valuable timber, called also Scotch pine, and red/yellow deal. It grows in all parts of Europe, in the Caucasus, and in Siberia.
Wash.
To remove by washing, to take away by, or as by, the action of water. To drag or draw off as by the tide, often with away, off, out, etc., as to wash dirt from the hands.
Firing.
The mode of introducing fuel into the furnace and working Italian.
Shape.
Form of embodiment, as in words, form, as of thought or conception, concrete embodiment or example, as of some quality.
Miller.
Any one of the teeth back of the incisors and canines. The molar which replace the deciduous or milk teeth are designated as premolars, and those which are not preceded by deciduous teeth are sometimes called true molars, one of several steps, or offsets, in a tusk, a projecting member like a tenon, and serving the same or a similar purpose, but composed of several steps, or offsets. Thus, in the illustration, is the tusk, and each of the several parts, or offsets, is called a tooth.
Balance.
Imperfect and past participle of balance, an equality between the sum total of the two sides of an account, as, to bring one's accounts to balance, also, the excess on either side, as, the balance of an account.
Controversor.
A disputant.
Gadolinic.
Pertaining to or containing gadolinium.
Scopulite.
Any species of bee which has on the hind legs a brush of hairs used for collecting pollen, as the hive bees and bumblebees.
Caroli.
An English gold coin of the value of 20 or 23 shillings. It was first struck in the reign of Charles I.
Rattled.
Imperfect and past participle of rattle. The noise in the throat produced by the air in passing through mucus which the lungs are unable to expel, chiefly observable at the approach of death, when it is called the death rattle. R, the 18th letter of the English alphabet, is a vocal consonant, It is sometimes called a semi-vowel and a liquid. The leather strap by which the shield of night was slung across the shoulder, or across the neck and shoulder. To pronunciation, //178, 179, and 250 to 254.
If you enjoyed this sleepy dictionary on autonomous sleep, please like, dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Please be aware that implementing changes may be in progress on all channels and works in progress on all contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.